change my situation on.
Are up and running for you here. Indeed, look at that. Although we are live with that right now too. Yeah, like what's like on the stream it's up.
Brutus. Bad camera. Go back to start the scene. Remember this go to stream info and then click on posting. Those buttons are not working, it's not popping up any are they behind are they in your taskbar? Click on them, I think they're no worries.
out per team per half. There is 5 players allowed in the arena at all times, but 1 must stay in the locker room. Overtime is a golden goal rule. What does that mean, you ask? Well, it's simple. It just means that the first person to score the goal in overtime takes the game. And our last rule, but most important here, is that we do not allow any toxicity or discriminatory behavior. So practice being kind and making friends in the community. We need more of that. Without further ado, though, we do have 2 AAA games to start off the night for you guys. The first one is going to be Junction City Juggernauts. I am going to stumble over that, my Lanta, as well as the New Haven Ninjas in the arena for the first game tonight. Over on the side. Okay, awesome. So over on the side of Orange, which I believe, if we have the teams correct here, is Junction City Juggernauts. We do have King Crispy, Phenom, Mosky, Solid Shot, and UG. UG, I will scream from the rooftops, is the most underrated player, and UG is great. Where is Junction City? They are location wise on the map, I cannot tell you. I'm sorry. Stay in school and be a good kid. Anyway, New Haven Ninjas. On the blue side of the arena, we've got New Haven Ninjas, and that is Superfly, Jay Franzel, Tasuna, Bloop, and Breezebow. I believe that UG is coming in as the. Oh, they do have 5 on these rosters. I am so sorry, y'all. UG Glassy, UG is a hype. UG is worth the hype. Glee, what are you seeing here?
Both these teams sitting at 1 and 2 right now, so uh, they are really interesting to see, how these teams will play out.
Yeah, absolutely. With that being said, we want to let you know very quick, every commercial that we will be broadcasting during the AAA and Pro Series will have NEPA themed Easter eggs. Some are obvious and some are hidden. Those who can name the Easter egg and what the commercial was has a chance to enter in to win a $200 $250 gift basket plus $100 cash and more. So make sure you write down those Easter eggs and the commercial. And with that being said, we've already hit the first initial joust of the game here. Disc is now loose over in the Junction City zone, but the shot coming in from New Haven Ninjas was not good. The disc is recovered by Phenom and cleared through the mid of the arena with a stack in the area. King Crispy picking up the disc. Oh, but just off the goalpost. Picked up again by Solid Shot. Solid Shot losing the disc, though, to Breezebow after a stun, and Breezebow getting a successful clear off with stacks in the area. Bloop is there, picks up the disc. Goes to go juke on boot, but gets stunned out by Junction City. However, Breezebow able to recover the disc, passes over to J-Fran. J-Fran up high to Superfly. Superfly crossing down low to Bloop, and Bloop into the goal for the first 2 points of the game.
Yeah, a great way to work there through the chaos. We saw the first initial pass go awry, but immediately there, the side of the New Haven Ninjas are able to scoop up the pass that went astray, then make a series of passes through the defense to really throw them off. Finds the cut, finds the goal, and well executed for the first couple of points here.
Well executed indeed. We do have now a little bit of a rollout here coming in from Junction City. Solid Shot cuts over to UG. UG into the goal for a quick response coming in from Junction City.
And just like you were mentioning there in the beginning, Queen, Yuji, you're saying the most underrated player in NA, so I definitely have to keep eyes out on this player. They're the first 2 points of the game for them, so perhaps a start of what will come later on.
Yeah, absolutely. They are a player to look out for right now. We do have Breezebow in the tunnel, though, looking up high over to Superfly, looking at an open goal and making it for 3 points.
Beautiful rollout there, goes to the tunnel, finds the weak spot right there in the defense on top of that cloud, and Superfly makes sure to nail that one with the goalie out of the bubble. It's very easy shot and very well done.
And now with the disc is Junction City. A quick pass over to King Crispy in the tunnel. Back over to UG on the wedge. UG pushing with a stack behind them. sends a back pass over to King Crispy. King Crispy for a full reset over to Faye on the floor. Faye walking up with a defender in front of them, sends a pass down low to Yuji. Yuji looking for that cut, but their teammate Solid gets stunned out by Breezebo. Breezebo looking for the clear, but gets stuck in the trap. J Fran able to pick it up, clears it over to Superfly. Superfly looking at another open goal, but King Crispy able to get a hand on it before it makes it in. However, the clear is not good. It is in the hands of J Fran. J Fran crossing over to Superfly, and a cut to Bloop.
Oh,
Oh, Yuji getting a hand on it, but not in time, says the game. So 2 points do go over to the New Haven Ninjas.
and that's a heartbreaker, right? Because you saw that stack from Yuji and another member of the Juggernauts there really trying to get back in time, and just barely gets the hand on it. You can almost hear the exchange happen, but not quite able to solidify that. However, they have this offensive rollout here now that's looking good. They have a couple players, and they're deciding to play a little bit slower, a little bit more controlled.
Absolutely. And we do have Phenom in the uh, just outside a tunnel here, but on the wedge, looking to have their team set up, not too much pressure on them. So they are walking up towards fringe of bubble. Possibly looking to bait a defender, but not. The pass to Solid Shot gets sent in, but it is not good. Their teammates were covered. So the disc is picked up by New Haven Ninjas and cleared out over into the Junction City zone. However, a stop there from the defensive stack and a clear over to Phenom. Phenom to Yuji. Yuji looking at an open goal, but just off the shield. Picked up again by Solid Shot, going for the goal and making it. It did look like on my screen, Bloop may have gotten a hand on it. However, the game starts to make its own way here. So we just listened to its rules, and that's 3 more points over to Junction City.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of payback for Yuji there on the other end. Actually, more favorable for the other side, unfortunately, but it will be another rollout here for the New Haven Ninjas.
Absolutely. And now a successful rollout coming in from New Haven Ninjas as Breezebo pushes Bubble from under goal. But the save, was that Phenom? I believe it was, but Phenom getting his pocket picked before he could get rid of the disc. Bloop puts it in the goal for 2 points.
Okay, there you go. After a little bit of exchanging of hands, finds the punish there again. Looks good. And right now, these teams are really playing at quite a high pace. They're not taking too much time. We did see the one slowdown of play by the Juggernauts, but everything seems to be very up tempo, and they're looking to play very quickly.
Absolutely. Phenom with the disc now on Bowtie, looking to draw out. Breezebo does so successfully and gets away from him. Pass over to King Crispy. King Crispy crossing, looking for their teammate, but a big interception from Superfly. The disc is now loose in the high trench area, picked up again by Supa, but stunned out by Solid Shot. Solid Shot now looking to walk up along the wall, but the pressure from the stack is too much, and Superfly picks up the disc, looking at an open goal, but the shot is low. Recovered by Breezebo on the floor, sends a back pass. Ooh, but it is not good. It does not connect. It is a self clear with stacks in the area coming in from Junction City. Phenom with the long three. Let's go, Phenom.
Yeah, great find there by Phenom. The stacks for the side of the Ninjas just couldn't get together to recover that disc in time after that mid-zone player was unfortunately unable to grab the clear. So, or the reset, I should say. So it turned into a clear, and then the stacks of the Juggernauts are making sure to punish that immediately.
Absolutely. Superfly with the disc, looking for a cross pass, unfortunately taking a strange bounce off of a Geo, but able to recover it is
Oh,
Jay Fran looking at an open goal. That was nasty, Jay Fran. What a quick decision.
great angle as well. I mean, you look at that, it's probably about a 15-degree angle from where he shot it. So flipping that through two defenders into the goal is rather impressive, and a great shot right there.
Absolutely. And now with the disc is Phenom on Nest, looking to stand their ground, sends a pass over to King Crispy on the wedge. King Crispy back over to Phenom on Diamond. I believe they're looking to just create some lanes here, maybe draw out some defenders, push some of their players over into the other side of the area, and they do so successfully as King Crispy receives a pass, sends one high over to Yuji. Yuji going down low, but sends a pass to Phenom. Phenom looking for their teammate. I believe it is Solid Shot, but the pass is intercepted. The clear over into the bubble is good, but they don't have stacks to get there first. So UG picks up the disc and clears it out through the tunnel, crosses the arena, almost all the way into the bubble with a floater in the area. Phenom looking for the disc, almost gets stunned out. The slap from Junction City is almost good into the bubble, but with with that, a little bit of ping ponging here as Phenom is able to get a hand on it finally, but a big interception comes in from Breezebo and a clear out into the high trap area, bouncing around. Fran is able to pick it up along the wall, uncontested, looking for a long heave down into the bubble, but does not make it there. Bloop is able to pick it back up after a bounce. Creeping in on fringe of bubble, looking for those lanes, sends a pass over to Superfly on the goal post and into the goal.
Yeah, really nice. And you could kind of see it on the map on the back end of that play. Just there were two members of the Juggernauts who were just floating back and weren't able to stack together in order to try and recover on the defense. So it becomes a 2v4 inside that bubble. And for sure, the Ninjas are going to take advantage of that with numbers, with the cross pass. They find it and are able to go up by 6, ending this first quarter.
Yeah, and a bad shot there coming in uh, from the uh, Junction City end of the arena. But oh, I'm just kidding. This round is over, and we're going to be right back. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm losing my mind tonight. We're going to be right back after a quick word from our sponsors.
Born to fight the good fight. Born to open minds.
Make it red, make it black.
Born to lead the way. The limited edition Ram 1500 Red. Born to save, built to serve.
We are back. Just to let you know that for those of you who are looking to claim this week's POAP, head on over to www.nepavrpro.com/NFT to fill out the POAP claim form. In order to complete the claim form, you are going to need this week's secret password, which is Austin Burners. The deadline to complete your form is 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, July 3rd. So make sure you head on over and fill that out after these games here. But we are going into the second initial joust. First touch on the disc going to Junction City. The disc is loose. No one in possession yet as King Crispy is able to pick it up, sends a pass down low to Phenom. Phenom looking for the reset to Solid Shot on the back line. Solid Shot sending a floor pass over to Faye. Faye cutting to Crispy. Crispy looking for the goal, but does so unsuccessfully. There was not a good bounce off the cone, but Solid Shot able to pick it back up, recover the disc, sends a pass over to Phenom. Phenom pushing outside of bubble, but gets stuffed by Breezebo and stunned. Breezebo waits for the stack, sends a clear up to Superfly. Superfly to Fran on the ceiling, waiting for their teammates, looking for the cut, and does so to Superfly and into the goal. That was beautifully executed.
Absolutely. And you could see that the way that they were playing that, they played it slower than a lot of teams otherwise would have because they saw that stack coming back defensively, decided to hold the disc, wait for their teammates to come up, and we saw Superfly get rewarded on the back end of that with the stack coming in on the side.
Absolutely. And Solid Shot with the disc now in the tunnel, looking for their options. But the stuff from Breezebo. Breezebo, these stuffs are ridiculous, dude. Oh my Lanta. Picked up by Fran after the clear. Loses a hand on the disc. Unfortunately, Solid Shot in the area looking to get the stun off. Does so successfully. So UG picks up the disc, clears it out through the tunnel, bouncing around in the trap, and now in the hands of Breezebo. Breezebo stacked with Fran, looking for an open lane. Does find one, but the bounce is a little wild. However, the stack is able to stay together. Fran looking at an open goal and making it from 26 meters out. 3 more points for New Haven Ninjas.
And that's another one for Fran from distance. I mean, this guy has really been a solid point here for the Ninjas so far. That 6 points really coming in handy. Actually, might have more as I take a look here at the stats. Yeah, just those 6 points, but two big threes from him.
Yeah, absolutely. King Crispy now sends a pass up high to UG in the top trench. UG looking to do a little dancing with Fran, does so successfully, sends a pass to King Crispy, and King Crispy drives goal for 2 points.
All right, and then a quick response here by the Juggernauts. So a little bit of back and forth. They are down by 9, but it is good to see that the Juggernauts are trying to find their way back after being scoreless for a little bit of a spell here.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said, Junction City kind of pushing bubble faster than they typically have. Their slowdown a lot of times has caused them those turnover moments, and in that moment, they just pressed and pressed. So maybe they're able to recognize that. Oh
Well,
my Lanta bloop, as I'm trying to say that, sinks a long three and gets 3 more points on the board from New Haven Ninjas. But I do see a trend here that Junction City is often losing the disc to Breezebow when they try to hold it out and play that patient play. Maybe driving bubble a little bit sooner would be helpful for them in this scenario. With the disc now is Phenom sending a quick pass over to Solid Shot. Solid Shot looking across for Yuji, but Breezebow with another interception. Dude, wild. J Fran able to pick up the disc for a second, but Solid Shot taking it back. Looking for the clear, but Breezebow on the back line picks it up, sends a bounce pass over to Bloop on the floor. Bloop juking around on the boot, but gets stunned out again. Now in the hands of Phenom. Phenom going for a full clear through the mid of the arena, does so successfully with Stacks ready to go, but overshooting the disc. A little bit of a misread, unfortunately. A scramble for it coming in from the New Haven Ninjas, but eventually able to get a hand on it and cleared out. Phenom battling J Fran there. But in the end, oh no, Solid Shot walked away with it for a brief moment, but Bloop stealing it and putting it in the goal for another 3 points.
yeah, and this barrage of 3 points has just been absolutely lethal for the ninjas, and really hard for the juggernauts, because we've seen time and time again that the juggernauts do get punished on their defensive rollouts because their goalie often pushes outside of the bubble so that three is open. And on these rollouts here, they keep getting punished on the offensive end because these interceptions from Breezebow are looking so good, and as well as the stack for the side of the ninjas is just faster, and another 3 point attempt will be off. But just the speed and the accuracy with which the ninjas are playing with right now is really winning them the game as another bounce shot finds its way in.
Yeah, the speed and the accuracy coming in from New Haven Ninjas is blowing them out of the water. They're going to have to make quicker decisions, maybe have a little bit more of an arena awareness. I don't know if it's miscommunication coming in from the Junction City end of the arena, or just slow to make these decisions. But picking up their pace is going to be needed at this point in time, because they are,
Oh,
as I say that, another big interception coming in from J Fran and a clear out into the Junction City bubble. Now loose, but in the hands of King Crispy not too long after, sending a back pass, but it is in, or I'm sorry, that was a clear, but into the hands of Breezebow. Breezebow over to J Fran. J Fran back down to Breezebow on the floor. Breezebow has some time and space. Yuji just creeping up behind them, looking high for Superfly. Superfly on the ceiling, crosses to J Fran. J Fran looking for the goal, but Yuji with a big stop clears it out through tunnel, successfully bouncing around in the mid of the arena. It does not look like we have too many stacks just yet, just forming in the hands of Bloop. Bloop sending a pass over to Superfly. Superfly to J Fran. Fantastic disc movement coming in from New Haven Ninjas. The control and the accuracy of the passes are absolutely insane, but a great stop there from Junction City, not once but twice, as King Crispy clears it out through the tunnel and all the way into the New Haven Ninjas bubble. Will they have stacks in the area in time? They do. Yuji was there, but more concerned with the stack behind them, so not able to pick up the disc. Superfly now with it sends a pass to J Fran. J Fran looking for the clear, but Solid Shot is there and says not today. Solid Shot looking for a full clear, does so successfully, but everyone misreading that disc there. Superfly is able to get a hand on it, but the clear is no good. Now in the hands of Yuji. Yuji looking for a bounce pass to their teammate just to get it away, as two defenders are on them, but does not do so successfully. J Fran
definitely. And I'm really liking this adjustment that we're seeing from the Juggernauts. If you guys haven't really been able to see it on the map, but I seen Solid Shot kind of on the back end here, really playing in that back zone, in that mid area, and getting a lot of these interceptions, as well as allowing the teammates in the front to really try and pressure those passes. So instead of going for an extra pass into a clear, they're immediately forced to clear, and then Solid Shot's able to get those picks. So I'm really putting on a lot of pressure here on the offensive end, and that three might just be in.
Oh, Yuji! My goodness, Yuji! I'm sorry, that's all the words I have to say.
Yeah, no, straight up, because that was a beautiful shot. I mean, off the bottom of the code of that backboard, it does look like someone may have gotten a hand on it on the way in, but a great shot overall. And really, they're finding a big swing in points here. That's 5 points now going unanswered for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, Breezebo approaching fringe of bubble here on the floor does have defenders home from, Junction City. The quick cut to Jay Fran behind the goal. 2 more points on the board for New Haven Ninjas.
Yeah, and Jay Frezza with a little bit of hesitation with that juke, confuses the defender a little bit and just buys barely enough space to take that shot and really solidify this 14-point lead as we wrap up this first half.
Yeah, and with that being said, we've got Junction City down, but they are absolutely not out. They have half of this game left. We will be right back after a quick word from our sponsors.
Muted.
We don't have to worry about predators like our ancestors did. No saber-toothed tigers stalking from the brush. No dire wolves circling the camp. There are no more monsters to fear. And so, we have to build our own.
If you call one of us, just remember, you've invited the whole pack.
Good evening. We are back, and we want to let you know that this halftime report is brought to you by Big St. Charles Motorsports. All season long, NEPA will be issuing POAPs to anyone who shows up to the live broadcast and fills out the claim form with the secret password. The form can be found at www.nepavrpro.com/NFT. Each week, we'll be highlighting a different franchise as the POAP logo. Show up each week, and you can collect all 16 teams. The more you collect, the more potential rewards you can unlock, and the deadline to submit your claim form is 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, July 3rd. This week's secret password is Austin Burners. I want to let you know before we talk about these teams in the arena right now that I see a lot of you guys talking in Twitch chat
Quite a
if we could figure it out. The music track is more overplayed than Nickelback. Man, don't start with me on Nickelback juice. Come on. All right.
Oh
In the
boy.
arena, we
Oh
do
boy.
have Junction City Juggernauts and the New Haven Ninjas. New Haven Ninjas on the scoreboard with 29 points. Junction Obviously, a little bit of a task before them, but more than half the game left, or I'm sorry, just half the game. Um, so definitely enough time, but they're going to have to work on some things here. A big one being their press on bubble. They've had some great looks in terms of getting it over to their end of the arena, but their struggle is when they actually press bubble, they're getting it stolen often. They're not drawing out a defender. A lot of times their resets, the bubble defense coming in from New Haven Ninjas is staying strong at fringe of bubble. So having to find a way to crack the wall that is New Haven Ninjas defense is going to be their biggest struggle at this point in time. But they're going to need to outplay New Haven Ninjas. They cannot just keep up at this point. They cannot trade goals. They need to start dominating in the arena and finding what works for them and stop leaving the goal open. Man, Bloop with 10 points. I know that Jay Fran had a couple of those long shots as well. Supa at least had one that I can remember. Definitely capitalizing on those moments and making Junction City pay for even the minor mistakes that they make.
Yeah, we saw that with the barrage of threes earlier. I mean, you of course got to shout out like Superfly and Jay Franzel for a number of fantastic threes as well. But Breezebo on the defensive end for the Ninjas has also been phenomenal. You know, we mentioned a couple of times the steals, the interceptions that he's been getting, and really playing to the extreme. So this is a team that's just executing on a very high level, on pace for potentially 58, 60 points by the end of this if they keep up the pressure, and it looks like they're trying to do so right now.
Yeah, and as we know here,
Oh,
another long three from Jay Fran. This is what I mean. You guys cannot leave the goal open. These are players, Jay Fran, Superfly, Bloop. They do not miss when they shoot these threes. I think we've only seen one missed from this team this entire match. They've sunk the rest of them. Get home. Get home, Junction City.
yeah,
With
they need to keep the stacks going. They just haven't been able to find them fully all the way through, and they've been either a little bit behind or just not be able to collect in time. As I say that now, perhaps a stack, yes, looking to execute here in solid shot with a couple of.
Yeah, a fantastic push, a quick one too by Junction City, successfully getting 2 points on the board to respond here to the three that was put up on the board by the New Haven Ninjas, but that will not be enough. Again, we cannot trade goals at this point. As I say that, Bloop now with the disc crosses over to Jay Fran. Jay Fran going up to the mid of the arena where Superfly is on the ceiling, juking around some defenders, sends a pass over to Jay Fran. Jay Fran approaching fringe of bubble, has two defenders in front of them and two behind, decides to back it out, and that is a wise decision indeed. Sends a back pass over to Superfly on the station. Superfly getting some pressure there from Yuji around the bow tie. And the steal! Yuji! That was so dirty! And the clear into the bubble is good with stacks in the area, picked up by King Crispy and put into the goal for 2 points.
Okay, great. So the individual play here by Yuji creates the opportunity, and already they had the stack collected, which is why they got down the field so fast on the side here of the Juggernauts. So critically important that they were able to get that together and really get that fast break opportunity, because otherwise they've been a little bit slow on those, and finally able to get a punish and perhaps a little bit more here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with the disc is Bloop on the ceiling, giving Yuji a run for their money, but Yuji decides to turn upside down with them and do a little dance here. Breezebo with the disc, getting some pressure there from Solid Shot. The pass does not connect, but off of the bounce, Superfly is able to collect the disc upside down on the ceiling. Solid Shot going to mirror them. It is easier to defend someone upside down when you are upside down, and that shot is off the post now, picked up by Yuji. Yuji almost able to get a hand on it, but the leech is successful and the slap is good through the tunnel, but stacks from New Haven Ninjas are ready to go, and Breezebo picks up the disc, clears it again through the tunnel and all the way into the bubble. Will they get there? They will in time, but Superfly is the one to get a hand on the disc just outside of fringe of bubble, looks for the cut over to Jay Fran and into the goal for 2 points.
Yeah, and again, we're kind of seeing that trading pattern start to arise again that we were talking about before. The Juggernauts can't afford this kind of thing. You know, they need to get back on this defense and really get these stops in and get the clears in, and it's just not been successful so far.
It has not been. They've definitely held up better in Bubble D than they have in all the other open goal 3 opportunities that were given over to New Haven Ninjas. But as I say that, Yuji looking for the cut over to, I think that is King Crispy, but the pass was intercepted. Picked up now by Superfly, looking at another open goal. This is hurting my heart. 3 points on the board for New Haven Ninjas.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing the stacks just faster on the side of the ninjas, just moving so quickly, able to get these all of these open shots. The other team isn't able to get back into the goal in time, and we're able to get home in time in order to stop it. And again, we're seeing that punish come out from the ninjas.
Absolutely. Phenom with the disc now getting the pressure there from Breezebo
Oh,
and the
oh,
successful stun and steal.
oh.
No way. Breezebo for the three. I believe they just sent out a 1-2-1 in that successfully stuffing the QB was Breezebo and getting 3 points on the board.
Yeah, and Faye just trying to take a little bit of time. They're trying to open up some space for his players, for his passes, because they all got a little bit under pressure or covered by that second, that two in the 1-2-1. That stack could have been pretty bad. And oh no, another turnover here. Oh
Another.
no. Oh,
Oh, Breezebo! What? Breezebo. I cannot. I can't. I have no words. Glean, say something.
it's not often that I get to see a cloud shot in an actual game, let alone a scrim, let alone pretty much any match. But here, Breezebo makes it work, finds the angle. A beauty of a shot.
Ridiculous, Breezebo. I didn't include you in the players shooting these threes, and I am sorry that I underestimated you. You are fantastic. Yuji now on the ceiling doing a little dancing. I guess does not like the 1-on-2 opportunity here to push bubble, so sends a back pass to Phenom. Phenom on the floor now walking up, not drawing out any defenders. Does so now. Breezebo looking to give a little pressure there. The pass over to Solid Shot. Solid Shot back to Phenom. Phenom up high, but the pass is no good. Recollected by Solid Shot. Sends a pass between Crispy and into the goal for 2 points.
Okay, so there we go. We're seeing them kind of utilize that spacing that we were talking about, and really forcing the issue inside of that bubble where it seems like they're doing a little bit better than before because they're not trying to play it slow, because they are forcing a little bit faster and spacing a little bit better. They are able to get those points.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Bloop with the disc on the ceiling gets a little pressure from Yuji, but gets a nice ender off. Sends the disc all the way with a long heave into the bubble for Junction City. Almost picked up by J-Fran, but J-Fran getting stunned out. A slow float is Solid Shot looking to pick up the disc and clear it, but a bad bounce comes in, and now in the hands of Bloop. Bloop juking around, sends a pass over to J-Fran. J-Fran on the floor approaching fringe of bubble. Has no one on them just yet. Now has a little bit of pressure. Looks for the cut to Bloop. Upside down. Stopped in front of the goal. What a play. 2 more points for the New Haven Ninjas.
Yeah, a little strandy action right there. Finds it after the bounce off the head, but it's just the defense here from the Juggernauts has just been floating back. They haven't been able to collect together to really put a lot of pressure on the person that's holding the disc, and you can see you get it punished time and time again. And here's the defense of the Ninjas that has also been so great so far.
As Bloop loses the disc to Phenom, but leaving the goal open. Breezebo hits another long 3. These open 3 opportunities is what has killed Junction City in this game.
Absolutely, and there's no way around it other than you need those stacks to be able to collect and get back on defense. It's just not been able to happen so far for the Juggernauts, and if they're able to find that little bit of teamwork there to really get the stacks together and really get that working, as we see a long pass come through here on the back end. But once they can start getting that down, perhaps we'll see the defense spike up a little bit, and that shot going astray, but Solid Shot able.
Yeah, a missed opportunity there just off that bottom, the rim of the bottom pocket, but a great shot there coming in from UG, collected by Solid Shot and put in the goal for 2 more points. Now with the opportunity to put the arena into their control again is New Haven Ninjas, and we've seen that they don't have too much struggle with that here in the arena right now. Bloop sends a quick pass over to Breezebo in the tunnel, but Breezebo does get stunned out. However, the slap on the disc is Solid Shot. Solid Shot gives it over to Bloop, though. Bloop sends a pass to Superfly. Superfly looking to get away from Solid Shot, sending the disc over to J-Fran, looking at the open goal. 2 more points for New Haven Ninjas.
And Jay just lightly lays that in. A nice delivery there from Superfly Cloud to that open position inside the bubble. We did see eventually the Juggernaut stack was able to get back just in time, but they weren't able to get the hand on the disc this time.
Yeah, and with that being said, we will be right back after a quick word from our sponsors. Oh, okay. Yep. No, we hear you now, Brutus. It does look like we are going back in here, but quickly, just letting you guys know, NEPA is offering NFTs as a way to reward the community. So head on over to www.nepavrpro.com/NFT and fill out your claim form. They are free to claim, so go ahead and do so. We're giving away some fun prizes this year. You don't want to miss out on that. First touch on the disc here, going over to New Haven Ninjas. First possession, though, in the hands of Yuji, but a quick steal back from Superfly and a clear out, maybe a calculated bounce. Bloop sending a high pass over to Superfly on the ceiling, looking over for J Fran. J Fran looking for the goal, doesn't like what they see just yet, but drives now and does so successfully for 2 points.
Yeah, maybe a bit of miscommunication or what was going to happen there is Jay France was dancing around a little bit, trying to find the angle, whether it might have been a cut, and there was a lot of chaos there inside of the goal, but eventually Jay France puts it home. After, I believe it was a missed dunk attempt, but it does eventually find the bottom of the net.
Does find the bottom eventually. That's what counts. Phenom sends a quick pass to King Crispy. King Crispy looking for possibly a long heave, but does not do so successfully. Yuji able to get the recovery, but gets stunned out by Bloop. Bloop now sends a long, low pass down, possibly looking for a bounce pass, and does so very well in the hands of Breezebo now. Breezebo looking for the goal, but does lose the disc. Yuji now with it at the mid of the arena, sends a high clear out, but it's straight into the hands of Bloop. A little bit of turnover again here. Bloop in the tunnel looking for the goal. No, Bloop. Okay, that is just off. Into the hands of Phenom now, stacked and ready to go. The clear was good, but it was in the hands of Superfly. J Fran now with the disc. Looking across for Bloop. Bloop looking to juke a little bit and get 2 more points on the board.
That was nasty from Bloop. I mean, the air break with the little hop in there mixed in. Gets it past both a defender and a goalie at the same time, and nice angle as well. Good placement right next to the post. Overall, a great play there.
Disc is in the hands of Phenom now. Phenom over to King Crispy in the tunnel. King Crispy looking to cross the table, but does not do so successfully. Yuji able to clean up the mess a little bit, sends a back pass over to Phenom. Phenom taking their time. A little bit of a miscommunication. The pass was just off, but King Crispy able to recover after the bounce on the wall. A pass again is off. They're going to have to clean this up if they want to get more points on this board here. These passes, that was 3 in a row that did not connect on the first shot. King Crispy able to pick up the disc. Oh, but gets stunned out by J Fran. Not enough. You don't have enough time in this game here. Seconds, milliseconds matter in these games. You cannot take your time to make a decision. You need to be having open communication with your team at all times. Great comms coming in from all areas of the arena. These are the mistakes that you're going to see. These quick steals, losing the possession, all of those things are signs that you are going to not have great comms in a game, or your team that you're looking at doesn't have great communication in the game. Just because there has to be some form of communication coming in. And as I say that, an overshoot of the disc coming in from Junction City. Bloop able to pick it up and sends in another long 3.
Yeah, and again, maybe Junction City a little eager on their regrab out. They thought the disc was cleared. They couldn't quite find the clear through, so Bloop decides to turn that around, immediately punishes with the 3, and, defense just not quite able to get there in time.
Oh, and the stuff coming in from J Fran right on the rollout. This has been so many times the slow shot, though, stopped by King Crispy. J Fran, you can't do that in the middle of a game, my guy. Superfly picks up the disc, sends over a pass to Bloop, but Bloop gets stunned out. Phenom now on the floor, sends the disc through the tunnel all the way towards the fringe of bubble. Stacks from New Haven Ninjas overshooting. J Fran able to get a disc. The hand on the disc, though, in the end, clears the disc over to Bloop. Bloop looking for the... No! Bloop with a 38-meter 3. My Lanta! We are seeing New Haven Ninjas on fire tonight.
Yeah, one of those things that I've always liked to look for, or I've always hoped for in the stats is a field goal percentage. I would love to see the 3-point field goal percentage by the side of the Ninjas right now, because it's got to be somewhere around 70 or 80% success on these shots.
Absolutely, and a turnover again there for the New Haven Ninjas, but another one coming in. Ooh, for Junction City. Solid shot getting 3 points on the board quickly after a little bit of back and forth.
Yeah, a good response here. They do answer that three previously, but you know, it comes at only a turnover and not really, you know, based on what the game plan that the Juggernauts have been really trying to look for, which is kind of that slower play inside that bubble play. So hopefully, if they can capitalize a little bit more on those, they get to play their own style, and here maybe a turnover could turn into just that style of play.
Absolutely. Oh, the pocket picks from both teams here. Phenom now looking at an open three and capitalizing on it. I don't know. I don't have the mathematical skill set like Dimwee does. I apologize. They might be out of time, but this is great momentum that they needed in the beginning of this match here. And definitely finding it at the end. Hopefully something to take into their matches next week. But with the disc now is Bloop sending a quick pass over to J-Fran in the tunnel. The disc is loose now, picked up by Phenom. Phenom on the floor, looking at for their option. Breezebow in front of them. Get away from Breezebow, Phenom! Phenom clearing the disc long all the way down into the bubble with Yuji in the area, and the shot is good for 2 more points.
Yeah, there we go, and the Juggernauts are slowly creaking to life here in the fourth, really making a nice run here with about 8 points on the board after those couple of threes plus this two. They're starting to look really good, but a little bit too late. Of course, certainly a good thing to take into the next set of games that they might encounter, and good to take this learning opportunity, but just a little bit late on this one.
Absolutely, and I believe that's one of the first times I've actually ever seen. Well, I guess we haven't seen too many offensive rollouts here coming in from New Haven Ninjas, but that's the first time I've ever seen an aggressive stack coming in from Junction City, and it worked in their favor. They did cause a disruption, even though the disc is back in the hands of Bloop on the ceiling. Send a quick pass over to Superfly. Superfly getting some pressure there from Phenom, able to get a clear out. With Bloop in the area, Bloop able to recover the disc. Stuns out Yuji in the process, but gets stunned out themselves. Superfly picks the disc back up and drives goal for 2 points.
And you can just keep doing that with the man advantage again. Well, first of all, Bloop creates a great opportunity there by getting the leech off and then not overshooting the disc, stopping and making sure to get the grab on it. Although it does get stunned, a couple of players in the area for the side of the Ninjas means that they can secure another couple of points for them here in the fourth.
And now with the disc is Solid Shot. Solid Shot gets their pocket picked by Bloop. Bloop just missing their... No, I thought that was going in. My goodness. Superfly with the disc now juking around, looking for the goal. Hands it off to J-Fran. J-Fran puts it in for 2 points.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of joking around there, as I believe that shot was probably going to go in from Supa since the goalie was stunned out. But you know, points are points at the end of the day, and maybe just showing a little bit of love there at the end of the day with the assist.
Points are points, and if I know anything about some of those players in the arena, I'm sure they are having a grand old time. A long pass over to Yuji. Yuji looking for the bounce shot, but just off. Able to be recollected by Phenom, but with some pressure there, sends a pass over to King Crispy. King Crispy, downloading Yuji. This one does go over to the New Haven Ninjas. We did have Junction City Juggernauts start to find their footing, but it was a little too late in the game. Unfortunately, New Haven Ninjas were just on a grind tonight. Every single player in the arena, J-Fran, Superfly, Bloop, Breezebow, all 4 of them with some ridiculous long threes. Before I do anything and these players leave the arena, I'm going to quickly peek here over at my stat line. Oh,
Yeah,
amazing.
I mean,
Look at you,
they could be
Brutus.
double digits.
Y'all see those stat lines on the stream? That's Brutus.
There we
All right.
go.
Glean, we have a big decision to make here. We are going to name the player of the match, brought to you by Holtz Hour Auto and Motorsports. But what's your pick? I'm curious. What's your pick? I'm gonna let you go first.
You know, this is really difficult for me because all four players on the side of the Ninjas had so many good looks and so many three-point opportunities that they all nailed. You could see all of them in double-digit points, making this extremely hard for the decision. However, for me, my vote has to go to Superfly for not only the 11 points and making some nice shots, but also the 6 assists, the 2 steals, the 1 save, and overall great looking stat line there, and a well-rounded stat line at that, and able to execute very well for the Ninjas in order to take this win.
Yeah, I mean, stat line did end up clearing in game, but I have to say, I'm gonna actually go with Breezebow. Breezebow has 0 registered steals. I am not quite sure how that even happened. Game, but Breezebow was one of the main reasons there was not as many pushes on bubble for Junction City, and he just shut them down with his steals, his backline work on when pressing bubble, and still getting points on the board. I have to say, I have to give it over to Breezebow personally.
Honestly, on any given night, if you ask 3 or 4 different analysts of the game who was the MVP, I think we'd get a vote for each person just because of how well they all played, and they all had their moments to shine. It was a really whole a team experience and a team victory overall. You couldn't really say that one played too more phenomenally than the other, which is why this decision is so hard and why I think we're split here, Queen.
Yeah, absolutely. Superfly in chat upset at me. Supa, I am sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't psych me again. Okay, okay. That's fine. I mean, we have to settle it some way, and we're not going to be able to do it with Twitch chat. Brutus, the man behind the curtain. You got to be the third decision here.
But
Freeze Bow or Supa? Alphabetical order, Breezebow wins. Breezebow, you are the player of the match. Sir, congratulations over to the New Haven Ninjas and to Breezebow Superfly. Your game was stinking awesome, bro. You did amazing. Don't be discouraged. You're definitely going to be there one of these times. Unfortunately, we just can't do the stream chat. Who got it? Who got it was Breezebow Bloop. But you guys all played a fantastic game for real. It was incredible. We're going to take a quick break here before we come back with another AAA game for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
Where you are.
Good evening, everyone, and we are back with another exciting match for you guys tonight in the arena. We do have the St. Charles Lions and Baton Rouge Constellations. I'm gonna do my best not to mess up that name there. If y'all have ever seen me cast them, you know I ride this. I drive the struggle bus trying to pronounce that name. So, Glenn, you should just be my voice every time I have to say their name. Like you have me talk the whole time, but then you just say Baton Rouge Constellations for me when I pause. Just kidding. That would be a train wreck. But over on the side of Orange, we do have the St. Charles Lions. In the arena for them is Risen, Arrow Knight, David, AB Chu, and Wiggles. They have almost their full 5-person roster. The sub that they brought in is AB Chu. AB Chu, I would guess, likely to sit in the tunnel here. But over on the other side of the Baton Rouge Constellations, we have Unsound, Icy, Cosmic, One and Only, and Draco Mako. Almost a full roster again, but with one sub, it being One and Only. So again, guessing that One and Only is going to be the one to sit in the tube and wait. But we don't know for sure, so we will see. But we have some fantastic players here on both sides of the arena. Glean, what are you expecting to see here?
You know, looking at these players, I have some, some thoughts about players like Risen and Aeronite, players that have been around the scene quite a long bit of time here, and really have found a number of successful opportunities, as well as finding it here in the AAA scene, and certainly good players in their own right. David Double O's and Wiggles as well, players that I've heard of before and I've heard great things about them. Icy, Cosmic, One and Only, Draco Mako, Unsound. These are all names that are on the newer end of the spectrum with regards to Echo Arena itself, but have been players that have developed rather quickly after coming in kind of in that quest wave, and have really shown that they have their own play style and really have a great sense for the game. So I'm interested to see the kind of offensive dynamic that works with both of these teams, because I know a lot of these players are very high caliber shooters and very up tempo players. So I'm rather curious to see if we see a lot more of that and a lot of stacking with these clear and boosts, or whether we see a more paced down style with some interesting shots.
All right, and we are going into the first touch of the game here, but before we do get started, I want to let you guys know to keep an eye out on the commercials for NEPA-themed Easter eggs. You need to write down the commercial and what the Easter egg was, and you have a chance to win a $250 gift basket plus $100 cash. With that, a quick goal coming in from the Constellations. Draco Mako putting it in for 2 points.
Yeah, I don't want to call it too early, but perhaps that talk about up-tempo offense might have been on the money, because man, that was fast. 7 seconds in order to get that first goal, and already looking to have a very fast start here on the side of the Constellations.
Absolutely, and Wiggles QBing. Arrow Knight with the disc now sends a back pass to Wiggles. Wiggles making a quick decision, looking over for their teammate, but the pass does not connect. An open goal opportunity, and they make it. Icy with 3 more points on the board.
Mail slot. Wow. That was a long 3, beautifully done by Icy, and up by 5 already. That tempo is so quick, and you can see that stack from the Constellations on that front end has been extremely quick so far. To put on pressure, quick to take the shot, quick to the disc, always.
Yeah, a great give and go rollout here coming in from the St. Charles Lions, but an interception from the Constellations and an open goal opportunity, but missed off of the bounce, able to be collected by Arrow Knight, but with Icy on their tail, gets the clear off through the mid of the arena, takes a little bit of a bounce there, so Cosmic is able to get a hand on it, sends a quick pass over to Unsound. Unsound with a little bit of pressure behind and in front, sends a pass down low to Cosmic on the boot. Cosmic looking for the cut, but Arrow Knight says not today. Goes for the clear, but Draco Mako on the back line, able to recover the disc, sends a bounce pass up high to Unsound. Unsound driving goal, but off the post again. Who will make it there? The stacks are coming in from the Constellations. With the disc is Draco Mako over to Cosmic. Cosmic on the floor sends a pass down low to Icy. Icy driving goal, but a big stop from Wiggles. Wiggles looking for the clear, but a little bit of a self pass first. The second clear, not good just yet, but works in their favor. but not for long as Unsound picks up the disc, and a quick behind the back no-look shot is off the mark, but recovered in the hands of Draco Mako and into the goal for 2 points.
Yeah, and that was really well done. I mean, even when we see that that front stack get broken up, the back stack of the constellations here is really strong, and they're always to the disc first, and because of that, we see so many rebounds come out. We see the shot opportunities time and time again, and that time, just a number of percentages and a matter of time before they were able to get that shot to fall.
Yeah, and Wiggles sends a quick pass to David in the tunnel. David looking across for Wiggles, possibly miscommunication here, recovered by Draco Mako. Draco Mako sends a cross pass to Unsound on the ceiling. Unsound looking for Icy, and the goalie jumped out too far. An open goal opportunity for Icy to get 2 more points on the board.
Indeed, and you could see that there were all 4 players already cutting into that bubble on the side of the constellations. I mean, there were so many options to serve up there, and just happens to find Icy as the most available with an empty net to boot.
And Wiggles with the disc sends a pass over to David. Now with the disc is Wiggles again. Wiggles sends it over to David. David crossing over to Arrow Knight. Arrow Knight looking for their teammate, but their teammate moved, so the disc is now loose in the trap area. Who will pick it up first? A quick hand on it, I believe, may have been Risen, but gets stunned out in the process. Arrow Knight able to recover it on the popcorn geo high towards the ceiling now with a defender behind them. Icy looking to drive down low to Risen. Risen into the goal for 2 points.
Yeah, so finally able to get their first couple of points on the board after a good look there from Risen on the underside of the boot. You know, not a lot of players that go upside down really find their way to the bottom side of the boot because it's a little bit awkward, but well spotted there by the teammate and really able to execute.
Disc now in the hands of Draco Mako. Draco Mako juking around all the defenders, sends a long heave into the bubble, but on the back line is Wiggles, and she stops that, looks for the clear, but just off the bottom of a geo, able to be recovered by Arrow Knight, though. Arrow Knight looking for the clear out through the mid of the arena, does so successfully, but the stacks were ready. However, Risen, pick in the pocket, no! 21 meters out, Risen with the long 3.
Great individual play on the defensive end. Risen trying to find the way back into this game. Has all 5 points so far for their team, but you know, that puts a stop to the huge run that the Constellations were on and puts the Lions back within 4 points.
Yeah, and this is only round 1. I mean, St. Charles Lions coming back has more than enough time to successfully get their points up on the board and find their footing here in this match. As I say that, a turnover, though, comes in. Cosmic getting the slap out, but almost not successfully. A great leech from Wiggles and an opportunity to cause turnover. Does so successfully, but the clear is just off back into the hands of Icy, but Arrow Knight on their tails. Oh, and able to get away with that one is David, almost with no pressure. Stacks just coming in now, looking for a shot. Does it go in? No, it is wide, and now in the hands of Cosmic. Cosmic looking for the clear, but a bad bounce puts it back in the hands of David. David looking across and back to Wiggles. Wiggles dropping down to the floor, looking to get rid of Icy. Sends a high bounce pass over to David. David on the wall, sends a quick pass down low to Arrow Knight on the boot, and Arrow Knight looking to drive goal, but just off the post. David able to recover the disc, though, looking high over for Risen on the ceiling. Risen sending a pass down low, but it does not connect. Cosmic is able to get a hand on it and clears it out all the way into the Lions' end of the arena. Both teams ready to go over there. Icy now with the disc. Icy sending a pass over to Cosmic on the floor. Defense is a little bit scattered up and broken, unfortunately. The very loose and slow disc recovered by Icy. Picked up by Unsound, but a head bonker's coming in from the Lions. A quick pass over to Cosmic and into the goal for 2 points.
All right, so the backside to frontside play there. Draco to Cosmic, a great find after a couple of stuns through, and that's one of the best ways to really confuse the goalie and really make it hard on the goalie is having to physically turn the body from one direction to another to try and read where the disc is being shot from, and one of the best cross passes that you can really find if you can execute it well.
Yeah, and the give and go play again, looking to bait that stack and does so successfully, or at least breaks them apart, which is the goal. Arrow Knight now with the disc, gets around the stack, jukes a little bit, sends the pass down low to David. David, with the pressure coming in from Icy, decides to make a wise decision and sends a back pass to Wiggles. Wiggles in the mid of the arena. Icy all the way pulled out of bubble. Sends a pass to David on the floor. David up to Popcorn now on Ghost. Looking at Fringe of Bubble. Sends a quick pass. Oh, the shot is just off and on the post. The clear comes in over from the Constellations, but the Stacks overshoot the disc. Arrow Knight able to get a hand on it for a moment before getting stunned out. Icy looking at the open goal. No! Off the bounce! 3 points for the Constellations.
Nice shot there from Icy, and actually a little bit of jumping and bouncing by the rest of the team. I think I saw a couple of them dancing around in celebration, because this 9-point lead this first quarter certainly feels pretty good, but the Lions will be looking to try and close a little bit of that lead here with perhaps some last second points.
Yeah, Lions definitely finding their footing here in this first quarter. Maybe, oh, the momentum they needed! Let's go! Risen getting 3 points. We will be right back after a quick word from our sponsors. For those of you looking to claim this week's POAP, head on over to www.nepavrpro.com/NFT to fill out the POAP claim form. In order to complete the claim form, you are going to need the secret password, which is Austin Burners. The deadline to submit the claim form is 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, July 3rd. We are seconds away from the second initial joust here of this second match of the night. We do have 2 more for you, and we will be moving over into Pro Series after this match. But I believe we are beginning to see St. Charles Lions find their footing. They have not yet made it into the peak of their flow, knowing the players in the arena right now. They've definitely got a little bit more underneath their, or up their sleeve, that they need to tap into. But the Constellations with their threes and their pushes on bubble have been absolutely outrageous. The Stacks are fast, able to recover discs. So we might see a little bit of a run coming from them as well. Hopefully the Lions can shut it down. But first touch on disc going to Constellations. Icy able to maintain the possession, sends a long pass down over to Draco Mako on the floor. Defense is back and the shot is off. David is able to recover the disc, looks for the clear out through tunnel. Stacks not ready, but Unsound able to get a good momentum, pick up the disc. Does not have pressure there from anyone. Just now gets it, sends a pass over to Cosmic. Cosmic getting a run from their money by Arrow Knight. A little bit of a one-on-one situation now, 2-on-2, and a big stop from Wiggles, but the steal comes in from Icy. The drive on goal is just off the post, unfortunately for them, giving a little bit of time and space. The disc is first collected by Draco Mako, but not for long. Icy able to get a hand on it now and recover it successfully. Unsound with the disc on the nest, looking to drive goal, but another save. Wiggles, my Lanta! The clear is good, taking a little bit of a turn there, but able to recover the disc is Arrow Knight. Arrow Knight getting some pressure there, looks to send a back pass and does so to Wiggles. Wiggles looking through for their teammate, but a big interception and a shot from Cosmic, 37 meters out inside the tunnel.
What a find there from Cosmic. I mean, that is a tough angle, shooting that from basically your end of the tunnel, and able to slip that through so many pieces of geo and through that small window, but gets them up by 9 points. And again, we're seeing those threes come out from the Constellations that have been so good and just so accurate.
Absolutely. Arrow Knight with the disc now. A great successful rollout coming in from the Lions, but an interception as I say that. Make me eat my words, Draco Mako. I love that. The clear is all the way into the Lions area, but not into the bubble. Arrow Knight able to get a hand on it after the Stacks overshoot it. Oh, and another overshot. Disc from the Constellations gives the disc over into the hands of the Lions. Arrow Knight with it now on the wedge, looking backwards for Wiggles. A smart decision from the Lions. Great job playing the patient game here. Wiggles looking on the wall over for Arrow Knight. Arrow Knight looking across for Risen, but the pass is just off the mark. The stacks coming in from the Lions did get broken up a little bit. One does have a leech, but oh, the leech is successful from Draco Mako for a quick 2 points off of a bounce shot.
What a leech, able to get the grab onto that stack to deny the recovery. Takes that shot in. I believe Icy may have been looking for a cloud shot off of that, but it turns into 2 points regardless. And again, we're just seeing the Constellations be the first to the disc almost every opportunity. Of course, the Lions trying to slow things down, and I think that's credit to the experience that they have, knowing that they need to make the most of each opportunity because of how fast the Constellations are. But it's simply just not quite working out for them right now, as that speed is so much to try and keep up with.
Yeah, and a big clear here and an opportunity for the Constellations again. Almost an open goal. The goalie does get stunned out unsound, putting in a slam dunk for 2 more points.
And there it is. The speed, just as we mentioned it, picks right back up where it left off. And another couple of fast break points here for the Constellations. Really, what the Lions need to do is they need to find a way to slow that stack down, because they've been able to find it in the mid zone with that little give and go play that we were seeing towards the start of the first quarter. But currently, it's not quite working out so well. Right now, they have one player in the backfield, that QB, trying to stun out that stack to break them up. And it seems to have done wonders for them, as now they have a lot of time.
They do, and maybe a little bit of miscommunication, or the pass was successful. I thought it was to one of their other teammates, but Aeronite able to pick up the disc. Approaching fringe bubble, sends a cut pass over to David. David in the goal for 2 points.
All right, and exactly what they wanted. The Lions managed to find another couple of points down in that 3v2 opportunity there towards the end of that play, and that looks really good. That's exactly the kind of thing that they need to do: break up that stack or find a way to shut it down, beyond just getting that stun or having the QB be the stunner in the backfield.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming in is a big interception for the Lions. Oh, David getting a hand on the disc, looking for Risen, but a little bit of miscommunication. But David takes it back, drives goal for 2 points.
Nice. Okay, so now we're seeing a nice little run back here, and slips it past a defender and a goalie. Right there, the Lions are really looking strong here with that point run.
Yeah, absolutely. And they need to keep going. Like I said, this is a game they're going to have to dominate at this point. They are down by too much. 3 minutes on the clock, though, in the second quarter. They have more than enough time if they continue this momentum. But as I say that, a rollout is successful for the Constellation. Cosmic sending a pass over to Draco Mako. Draco Mako putting a little steez on the shot and missing. Sometimes that doesn't pay off, as Icy looks to drive goal and just dings it off the post. Picked up by Draco Mako, again sent back over to Cosmic on the wall and into the goal for 2 points.
What a maneuver there on the end of that play. Gets the goalie to bite on the juke, and Cosmic, with that little duck and under, managed to find another couple of points. Kind of stops that momentum and that run here from the Lions, but you know that they're going to be looking for a good offensive rollout here.
Absolutely. With the disc now is Wiggles. Wiggles looking in the tunnel where David is. David does not have pressure, has time, and chooses to walk the disc up. A very, very great decision. Now sending a pass up high to Aeronite on the ceiling. Inverted Aeronite getting around Cosmic with a little bit of juking, looking for the goal. Sends a cut pass to David, and the shot is denied by Unsound. Now in the hands of Cosmic, but loses a handle on the disc. For a moment, picked up by Wiggles, but gets stunned out immediately after she picks up the disc. Icy now with the clear into the bubble, stacks in the area. Draco Mako with the disc, no defenders, back 2 points for the Constellations.
Yeah, and I mean, what more can we say than all? I think the best summary of the game so far is just that image right there of all 4 members of the Constellations inside that orange bubble at the same time, versus no members of the Lions back quite yet. And credit that mostly to the speed of the Constellations and just how well they've been able to not only collect but also redirect their speed at any given opportunity.
Absolutely, and we are seeing the Lions very split apart. I mean, they're not stacked as quickly simply for reasons of just being farther apart from their teammates. But as I say that, make me eat my words, as Risen cuts, receives the pass, and puts 2 more points on the board.
Yeah, and there's the bonus of having that kind of split play style is you can really stretch the defense out, and it works wonders for them there, but only really on the offensive end. They can't really do that on the defensive end. They have to either execute a lot of pressure onto this up-tempo team, or they have to, be a little bit close together, find their stacks a little bit better, and then be able to continually get back on defense or maneuver better around the arena to try and keep up with just how fast this team is.
absolutely. A good attempt to scoop up the disc from Wiggles, but Arrow Knight able to get a hand on it afterwards. Looking for a long heave, does so successfully. The bounce makes the Constellations overshoot the disc. Now in the hands of David. David with some pressure from Draco Mako, but able to juke around and get away from them. Arrow Knight with the disc now sends a back pass to Wiggles. Wiggles, not too much pressure in front or behind, decides to walk in towards Fringe of Bubble. Does so, looking over for David. David on the wall, juking around defenders up high to Arrow Knight on the post and into the goal for 2 points. A clean and great push on Bubble from the Lions.
Yeah, and I mean, watch the breakdown of that defense. They have the defensive players jump at a number of passes and just maneuver around them very well, and it finds Arrow Knight on the top of the goal, where sometimes that's where you least expect it. Arrow Knight with the dunk, mind you, a very long because of that wingspan, and secures another couple of points, only down by 9. So from the runs that we were seeing from the Constellations before, this game is still pretty close and could be anyone's match.
It could be. I mean, they have put themselves in a great range now, a great run we saw from the Lions. But with that being said, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back after a word from our sponsors.
Hi, I'm Morgan Corman with Holzhauer's Pro Motorsports. Not only are we carrying more inventory than all other dealerships, we're blowing up their prices too. Cowboy Corman's back again, and this 4th of July, I got another 1,776 reasons for you to get back into Holzhauer's and get you a new unit to get out and enjoy the 4th of July weekend. Woo!
Holzhauer Auto and Motorsports in Nashville, Illinois.
Woo!
If you call one of us, just remember, you've invited the whole pack.
Good evening. We are back. And this halftime report is brought to you by Big St. Charles Motorsports. We do want to let you know that all season long, NEPA will be issuing POAPs to anyone who shows up to the live broadcast and fills out the claim form with the secret password. The form can be found at www.nepavrpro.com/NFT. Each week, we will be highlighting a different franchise as the POAP logo, so show up to each week. And the streams, you can collect all 16 teams. The more you collect, the more potential rewards you can unlock. The deadline to submit your claim form is 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, July 3rd. And this week's secret password is Austin Burners. All right, Glean, what are you thinking here? What's going on in the arena?
We started to see the Lions make a nice little run there, start to make a comeback. I like the way that Jucifer puts it in the Twitch chat. Lions are roaring, and certainly they were, and starting to look really good. Risen with 10 points, the points leader so far in this match, and really doing a lot of the offensive lifting here for the Lions. And credit that to Arrow Knight setting him up very well at those 4 assists. Of course, we cannot deny Wiggles on the back end. 3 saves so far in this match, and doing a great job there. But looking on the opposing side, on the Constellations, a good point spread across the team here with 8 points, 7 points, and 8 points respectively for Icy, Cosmic, and Draco Mako, doing a lot on that front end. We can see the 3 of them kind of playing that triangle offense, and that's been working out really well for them. 3 assists for Icy, 3 assists for Draco, looking to set each other up, as well as Cosmic and Unsound on the back end. Had a great save there in goal with that 1 save so far, but also was able to get up and move into that front line a little bit with a 1 point and 1 assist so far as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I feel like we're beginning to see the Lions find their footing like we were talking about. Lions definitely had a slow start, but that doesn't mean that they are out. I mean, sometimes you can just have teams that are not a round one team, and that's okay. You can take that time to figure out your opponents and how to defend them, how to break down their defense, all of that type of stuff. And I feel like the Lions began to do that on a much at a much better pace here. Now down by, what is that, 9 points? Am I right, Glean? 9?
Yeah, yeah. The
Look
math
at
is
me
good. The math's
mathing
good
on the
there.
spot, Brutus. I'm growing. I'm growing. All right, so 9 points down, but half of the game left. That's 2 8-minute quarters, 16 minutes of game time. They have more than enough time to do that. But again, they're going to have to dominate, Glean. They cannot play and trade off goals at this point. They cannot give open 3 opportunities to the Constellations because we've learned that they will take them and make them. So definitely needing some momentum here from the Lions. I do believe they have some more potential up their sleeve, as I had said previously. But it looks like we have just a few more seconds before we go into this third initial joust here of this match. Again, keeping in mind for you guys who are watching, we do have 2 more games for you guys tonight, 2 more Pro Series games. These ones are AAA. This is the last AAA of the night. We will move over into the Pro Series games. So you don't want to go anywhere too far. You want to hang out with us the rest of the night and watch some epic Echo. Queen of calculations, says Juice. You don't know. I failed out of math in high school. We don't have to worry about that though. So yeah, I mean, Constellations though getting shut down too in bubble. A lot of missed shots. They have the points on the board because they are persistent, but they do have a lot of missed opportunities that they've taken, and it either being off the post or just a wonky shot or wide or high. So if they clean that up, they could even have more points on the board than they do now. First touch on the disc, though, does go in the favor of St. Charles Lions.
Oh.
No! Risen! Good.
Oh.
The quick headbutt. I don't understand how that was 2 points, but that was
game.
That was ridiculous. St. Charles Lions with the headbutt. Someone clip that. Someone, Juice, please clip that for me. Unsound with the disc now sends a pass over to Draco Mako. Draco Mako looking for a quick dump down to Cosmic, but into the hands of David. Now over to Risen. Risen crossing the arena to Arrow Knight. Arrow Knight sending a back pass. Look at this slow, calculated play. Lions, fantastic job. Wiggles with not too much pressure on her, but does now have Icy in the passing lane. Does not like what she sees. Gets a little high in the arena, just past Icy, looking for Arrow Knight. Arrow Knight underneath some pressure, so he slaps a pass over to David, but the Geo in the way. Able to be recovered, however, by Arrow Knight himself with the disc on the floor. Draco Mako behind them. Gets away. Look at this. This patient play is what they need. Even though they don't have time on the clock to spare, they are using this moment to capitalize on their look at goals, set up their players as they pass down low to David. David on the post, now towards the shield, looking to get around Draco Mako, but Draco Mako with the stuff. Draco Mako clears it out all the way through tunnel, but Wiggles with a fantastic leech, able to get a hand on the disc and slap it out of the area. Will they be able to recover it, though? They are. Arrow Knight picks it up, does a little bit of a tipsy-turvy, turns around on the ceiling, a heave there from David all the way down into the bubble, but it is a flat bounce. The stacks overshoot it. Will they have time to make it there? No. Draco Mako is the one to get there in time. Y'all, stack up! David, yes, looking at the open goal and making a quick decision to shoot it for 3 more points for the St. Charles Lions. They are now only down by 4.
Yeah, that's really critical for them to get. And actually, if you'd be interested, Queen, I believe I know how that interaction on the headbutt worked. I've been wanting to talk about this for a little bit, but for those in Twitch that might not know, so first of all, a headbutt does not count as a touch by a player. It's its own entity. You're just hitting the disc, so that doesn't count in any sense of the form. But as Draco looks for an opportunity here, it will be not a shot and cleared out here eventually. But what happened was, since the disc was last touched by a player inside of the bubble, what happens is the game thinks that the disc is still only touched inside the bubble. So when you headbutt it, which doesn't count as a touch, it only counts as a 2 on that initial joust, which is why it ended up being a 2, which instead of being a 3. So really awkward interaction there, but one that actually works out in the favor of the Constellations.
Absolutely. And goalie not in goal at this point, but just getting back now as Unsound is looking to push the bubble, but decides to send a back pass to Icy. They did not like what they see. Icy with the break check and a pass down low to Cosmic. Cosmic across the arena to Unsound. Unsound looking at the wall where Draco Mako is, and Draco Mako driving for 2 points.
Yeah, and they needed that to try and stop the momentum of the Lions, because they were off to such a fast start, not only from the head, but also that 3. So kind of a little bit of addition there, a little bit of padding to that lead so far, but with the way that the Lions are playing, this slow, methodical play style that is not only controlled but also fairly fast and fairly accurate is, they will have a lot of time and a lot of opportunities to truly make this work.
Absolutely. And as we say that, we see this slow, calculated play once again. This has worked in their favor. This breaks down the defensive wall of the Constellations. Wiggles on the back line does not have any pressure, not drawing out defenders. So she decides to walk it up. She's got an open lane. Press, Wiggles, press. Decides to cut to Risen and into the goal for 2 points.
Yeah.
As if she can hear me.
Coaching from the outside is, again, we were talking about this slow play, and it shows its head again that Lions main really coming to life here is they're again able to find those executions inside of the bubble when they take their time and when they're given the space. If the Constellations really want to make things work, as a great interception there from Wiggles, maybe look at another couple of points.
Oh my
Lanta.
Lanta.
More pressure than they've been doing.
Oh.
Oh.
The cut pass just off the mark. Risen able to get a hand back on it though to Aeronite on the floor. Aeronite shot just off the mark. Unsound able to recover the disc, sends a high pass over to Cosmic on the ceiling. Cosmic looking across the arena for Icy, does so successfully. Icy in the tunnel looking for the goal. I know it, I feel it, but it is not good. It was low, and Aeronite is able to pick up the disc. A little bit of pressure there from Draco Mako, but clears it out through the mid of the arena. A nice old stack race, but Constellations overshoot it. A nice rerouting coming in from the Lions. Now with the disc is David on the floor, crossing low to Aeronite and driving goal for 2 points. My Lanta Lions, you have found your footing.
Yeah, and there's actually a really nice change of pace. Instead of slowing things down and maybe looking for all 4 players to be in the bubble, they decide to immediately take the shot, immediately pass it up into that bubble. And that switch in tempo affords them a little bit more time as that stack was coming back for the Constellations.
And that is why great communication in the Arena Glean is so important, because to recognize when you have the numbers advantage is absolutely key in playing this game. And as I say that, a fantastic movement comes in from Unsound to juke around the goalie and put the disc in the goal for 2 points.
Speak of numbers advantage right there. 3 players you can see on that orange side after the offensive rollout found its way through. So, taking a little bit, it's almost like they could hear us inside the arena. Maybe it is working. But being able to do that kind of thing and really get down the field that quickly has been much to the benefit of the Constellations, and you need to look to try and continue those kinds of fast breaks to extend their lead if they're really looking for that kind of thing.
Oh, a big pick there from Aeronite. The shot is too low, but able to be recovered by David. David does not have too much pressure there. So looking to push fringe of bubble, maybe, nope, decides to play the slow, patient game that the Lions know and love here. Wiggles with the disc on the back line, has not drawn out a defender to the point where they are comfortable just yet. 1:20 on the clock. This is patience. Look at her as she's looking to drive someone out, but decides to send a pass up high to Aeronite. Aeronite with some pressure sends a pass to David. David looking for the cut and does so. Wiggles with their first 2 points of the game. I believe it's their first 2 points. Am I right? It is Wiggles. First 2 points of the game going over to Wiggles. Fantastic job making it all the way from the back line into the cutting position.
Yeah, and I mean, there it is. I like how Twitch chat puts it also, like, the Lions are living up to their name in terms of stalking their prey, so with this slow play, and almost gets the grab there. But Draco Mako will find another 2 and extend that lead by 4.
Absolutely 4, but still an entire quarter left, 30 seconds on the clock. Enough time to have one more point come in from the Lions should they decide to push bubble here or get it past mid. With the joust advantage is the Lions as well. With the disc is Wiggles. Wiggles sends a quick pass to David in the tunnel. David up to Aeronite. Aeronite looking down low for Risen, but the back stack there recovers the disc. Guys, get stacked. You don't want any more points on the board. This shot is off. Still time on the clock. A slap out from Aeronite gets the disc out of the area. That is the end of this quarter. We are so close here. A real nail biter. We will be right back after a quick break from our sponsors. Good evening. We want to let you know that NEPA is going Web 3 and we will be issuing NFTs as a way to reward the community. Anyone who claims one of these NFTs will be eligible for future raffles and giveaways that we will be conducting throughout the year. They're free to claim, and all you have to do is fill out the claim form that can be found at www.nepavrpro.com/NFT. We've got some fun stuff planned. If you don't know what the last grand prize winner won, they won a trip for two. It's right in front of you, but a trip for two to the next NEPA Charity Cup. And I don't know about you, but I think that sounds like a pretty dope prize. So you guys don't want to miss out on opportunities to win these prizes we've got set up. And with that, we've got the sound we all know and we love so dearly. This is the last initial joust of this game before we move into the pro games, and we know this has been a real nail biter. So first touch on the disc going over to St. Charles Lions, but it's quickly in the hands of the Constellations as Unsound picks it up, sends a clear. Now in the hands of Icy. Icy looking at not an open goal. That was a shot, but Wiggles was in there, and I have to tell you, Wiggles is too good of a goalie to miss that one, sir. So Risen with the disc now sends a clear out, a bounce pass over to Arrow Knight. Arrow Knight on the shield, looking to drive the goal, but gets stunned out in the flipping process. The flipping process. What I meant was as they invert on the ceiling. Disc in the hands of Icy now. Icy looking for a clear into the bubble of the Lions. The Lions returning home, but overshooting the disc was the Constellations. Draco Mako able to pick it up. Icy now sends a quick pass to Cosmic, and Cosmic in the goal for 2 points.
Yeah, good look there. Finds the kind of cross to cross, working it up the field, and with only those 2 players inside the bubble on defense for the Lions, the Constellations were really able to push their advantage and push their lead up here by 6.
Absolutely. With the disc now is Wiggles. Wiggles sending a quick pass to David. David looking back for Wiggles. Wiggles having to do a little bit of a stretch, but does get the disc now over in the hands of Arrow Knight. Arrow Knight gets their pocket picked by Icy. The clear is good. The stacks are in the area and ready, but the disc loose for a second after a little bit of mishandling. Draco Mako gets a slap out, but it is 2-1 after a few bounces. Icy able to recover it, sends a quick pass to Unsound. Unsound downloaded Draco Mako, crossing again to Cosmic on the floor and driving goal for 2 points.
Wow, that was just so nice from them. You could see all 3 players on the defensive end there for the Lions that were trying to look to put pressure, all got caught off on the wrong side of the goal because of the way that passing scheme played out. So really breaking down that defense, and the Constellations, despite having that up-tempo, very fast playstyle, are now looking to really try and break things down on the double defense.
Yeah, Arrow Knight sending a nice quick tap back to Wiggles. Wiggles up to David. David looking for the shot, but off the shield. The disc is loose now in the trap area. Arrow Knight in the area, able to get a hand on it, juking around some defenders, sends a pass to David, but it is a little low to be received. Now in the hands of Cosmic. Cosmic clears it out through the tunnel. We are seeing a little bit of a breakdown of play coming in from the Lions. The stacks are not there, and Icy slowly puts it in the goal for 2 points.
Yeah, and just securing that one there again, you can see that quick up tempo as that timeout comes out. And that's really important for, I think, the Lions to take here, because there was so much momentum on the side of the Constellations that they have to slow things down. They love playing that slow style. We've seen it come out from them time and time again, but so far in this quarter, it seems like the Constellations have had them figured out, or at least have had their number in terms of this is the kind of play style that they're going to go for. This is the adjustments that we need to make. We can just press them and play super aggressive and play super fast, and it'll still work out in our favor, just like it was in the first couple of quarters. So them going back to that style means that really the Lions have to take time and look at their adjustments and say, okay, what can we do to slow them down yet again as they've made those adjustments?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lions making, again, this game has been filled with Lions making smart decisions. Absolutely smart decisions. So this timeout, I am going to go ahead and a 1-minute timeout, I believe is on the side of, I would guess, on the side of the Lions taking the timeout and doing so in order to regroup here, get their strategy, and possibly ice the Constellations, am I right? Yeah, Constellations. I'm sorry, y'all. My brain is a little off today. But looking at ice the Constellations, but as we say that, we do have the unpause coming through. Out from the gate is Wiggles with the disc. Wiggles getting around that stack, sends a pass over to David. David juking around the wall to get a pass across the arena to Risen. Risen crossing again to Wiggles. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication, but a happy accident puts the disc in the hands of Aeronite. Aeronite crossing to David. David doing a little juking over to Aeronite again and into the goal. That was beautiful.
Yeah, and all right, so that timeout immediately pays off in the long run because immediately we see them score, get those couple of points, stop the momentum here from the Constellations, which is so important to do because we've seen just how fast this team can score. So here we're starting to see the Lions perhaps trying to look for a little bit slower play again.
Ooh, and a 1-on-3 situation not looking good as Icy puts 2 points on the board for the Constellations.
Yeah, and I mean all four players or three players, sorry, down there on the side of the Constellations already in the bubble, looking for that long pass, and we were seeing the Lions start to go with this very aggro stack on defense that were going all the way back to the QB. So once they started playing much faster, and they were able to punish that stack by immediately just throwing it all the way down the field.
And a quick stack from the Lions, able to stop the disc from going in the goal, but a little bit of chaos here. Lions do not succumb to the clock. Y'all can do this without the rush as Aeronite puts 2 more points on the board, beginning to bridge that gap in the scoreboard here with 3 minutes and 26 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, but just like we were talking about with the last game, you can't trade it anymore. We're coming down to the last 3 minutes here, or just about 3:10 as soon as they come out of the tunnels. And really, the Lions need to start putting together a string of stops and converting them into points.
And now with the disc is unsound in the tunnel, sending a pass down low to Draco Mako. We do have a goalie back, but it's a 1-on-2 situation, and the jump is no good as Draco Mako jukes around Wiggles and puts the disc in the goal for 2 points.
Yeah, and just good individual play there. Walks it in and knows they have the time to do so. Because this stack from the side of the Lions just can't get back in time, or at least there's no defenders that are really able to try and punish the individual play and just walking it up slowly. So really the Lions have to try and collect a little bit better on these defensive opportunities to try and make things work.
I cannot believe right now, Aeronite able to collect the disc on the shoulder, looking for the goal, but the shot is off the post. Icy just out of reach, not able to get the disc, gets stunned out by Risen. Disc is loose now. Risen sending a pass over to Aeronite, but not ready for the pass. The disc taking a happy bounce, though, in the hands of David. David looking for the goal and getting it for 2 more points.
Ooh, a little bit of individual play on the other end as well. David double zeros just decides to walk it in there on multiple players, and it works out quite well. I mean, the fake out from the one juke into a couple of ducks and dunk on the side pocket. I mean, it was nice.
It was nice indeed, and a quick rush coming in from the Lions, but the stack getting stunned out, but able to get away. Now broken up again, looking to possibly just stop these passing lanes, now getting back together as there's 3 defenders on the Constellations end of the arena here. A stack and an individual player. Cosmic on the ceiling now with the disc. Stacks are broken apart, but the disc is loose. Will they capitalize here? They will, as Aeronite is able to recover the disc, getting some pressure, sends a pass up high to David. David has a player on the shoulder there, but looking to juke around some defenders, sends a quick pass to Aeronite, and Aeronite into the goal for 2 points.
Yeah, a nice little maneuver there to get it to Arrow, who's journey in front, but all things considered, that runs a lot of time off the clock, and David maybe could have tried for a shot and tried to close that clock a little bit more, but it's essentially going to come down to 2 threes here if the Lions want to try and make it, and those threes have to be pretty quick.
They do, unfortunately, as the goal is open. I believe that's the ice. Draco Mako putting in a 3-pointer, and that is the ice. Unfortunately for the Lions, a well-fought match, but this one does go in favor of the Baton Rouge Constellations, still with 28 seconds left on the clock for the Lions to play out the game. Wiggles with the disc here. Sending a long heave down to David. David looking up high for Risen, but the pass does not connect, unfortunately. Able to be picked up by David again on the boot. David looking to juke around on the floor, sending a pass in, but the pass is off the mark, unfortunately. Almost entirely a self clear, but able to get a hand on it is the Lions, stopping any more scoring for the Constellations. But that is the end of this last quarter here and of this match. The win goes to the Baton Rouge Constellations. So, congratulations, you guys, for taking home that win. We do have a player of the match brought to you by Holtz Hour Auto and Motorsports to name here. We did lose some stats on the board, but I'm pretty. I have my pick. Did you have your pick before we lost some players here, Glean?
Yeah, I do think I have it locked in.
Okay, so who's your pick?
It's got to be for me, Draco. I mean, just
Me
look at the stat
too.
line. It's 17-5, 17-5-1. Had a great overall game and uh, really put on quite an offensive showing.
Yeah, Draco Mako did a fantastic job. That was my choice, as Draco was constantly all over the arena making moves for their team. So congratulations to Draco Mako and to Baton Rouge Constellations. Draco, you have one player of the match, and Constellations, you have won your match for the night. We are going to take a quick break. You're going to have some caster swapping for you guys tonight, and we're going to move over into pro matches. We've got 2 more for you tonight, so you don't want to go anywhere. We will be right back.
was like, look, I was.
Even now, you're coming up to me, fire lighting up the sky.
Also, Dimly, just knowing that it's okay, we want to be the team to beat them. We know we can. We know we have an impressive record. We know we have an open goal. A Fire Ninja makes some pay and take the early 1-point lead.
Although, I guess a miscommunication, lack of communication, game was stunned out. Someone should have told him. Citizen shot on Saluda. Saluda gets a big stop there. St. Louis Hustle back in possession, still down by 1 as we approach the half. Still over 3 minutes to go, though, in the first half. Taco sending it across. What a play to Ryan! And that's what that man does. Gets it in for the 2. The St. Louis Hustler are going to go up by 1, 14-13. We're still 3 minutes into the flow to Lacy Stark zone. Good defensive boost there from Jay Walker, sending it right back through. A nice bounce there. Is that going to go in? Shut up. Are you kidding me?
Realistically, known for their passing and their defense. And there it is. Off a feed.
Into the bubble. And it's looking to press that is Loveridge and Co. So they will, in fact, find that extra pass as they do.
Beautiful bounce pass. Back to back where anyone tries to bounce off of that spot at mid there. Knows how touchy can be. Mad. Oh, what a setup to Tony.
Hey everybody, welcome back to NEPA TV here on this lovely Saturday evening. We've got a couple of Pro Series matches for you about to start following our awesome AAA matches just a little earlier on. So welcome to it. First, just a quick review of the rules of the format here for NEPA for those who are unfamiliar, otherwise want a refresher. Here at NEPA we do 8-minute quarters with a 5-minute break at the halftime. There is 1 minute timeout per team per half. 5th players are allowed in the spawn area just in case they need to hop in at any point. And should the game go into an overtime at the very end, if it's tied, it will go into golden goal, a sudden death there, and last shot will win. Now, of course, in NEPA, there is no toxic or discriminatory behavior allowed. We always encourage only the best of sportsmanship here among the best of these athletes here in NEPA. Now, back to the casting desk. I am once again Palador, and I am being joined by Sir Dimwee, the one and only, of course. On the cams, we have Brutus making his stream debut today, and we've got some great games on the way here. Sir Dimwee.
I don't know what to do with my hands. But Orange Steve. So the Montreal Freeze. I am fantastic, Palador.
Good.
I'm absolutely fantastic. I need to cut my nails. Montreal Freeze coming in. They have their full proper roster. I'm really excited to see it because you got Ender, Fire Ninja, Chocolate Cruise, and XA will be filling the tubes, presumably. Let's see who they actually have playing in, but that would be the presumption. XA coming up from the AAA, and this is a phenomenal roster. 2-1, number 4 in the. I didn't write it down. Are we in the West or the East here? I think we're in the East. We're in the West. We're in the East. We are in the East. And 2-1 here in the East, number 4 in the East. They're actually tied that 2-1 with, I have it here. Actually, wait, am I confused? Yeah, 2-1.
Always.
Yeah, there we go. The New Orleans Orions are 2-1, although I think they fell 2-2 yesterday. Lazy Sharks 2-1. I believe they hopped to 3-1 yesterday, in fact. So, in good company they are. They're actually properly in 4th place. But a victory here will push them up a little bit. But Palador, they're up against the Austin Burners. They're here on blue.
The Austin Burners rolling with Whoosh, Burnsy, Chrome, G. Tyler, Moonface, one of the original teams here coming in from the first Pro Series. Likewise for Montreal Freeze, of course. So going head-to-head here on this weekend evening. Definitely a talented roster in their own right, Dimwee, and we've just seen them get better over time here. I love, again, watching the progression of players. I mean, I like to throw G. Tyler's name out there because he was definitely kind of a surprise story, I would say, in a sense, where he got more and more playing time over the course of the season, last season, and is one of those players who's definitely really shown up here as kind of one of the new gen faces, I suppose, of Echo.
And we do have some interesting facts here with the Austin Burners. So not conflicting, but it'll be interesting to see how these play out because the Austin Burners come in number 1 in the East. They are 3-0. They're one of only 2 teams still undefeated. The other team being the Dallas Knights, who I believe are also playing tonight, also 3-0. But the Austin Burners, despite this, well, maybe not in spite or despite, but related to that, tangentially, JDG will not be here tonight. Burnsy and Whoosh are pulled up here from the AAA, waiting to see which of the two of them. I presume Whoosh, but not certain. One of the two of them will be playing for JDG this evening. So notable there is Austin Burners look to defend that 3-0 record.
Well, indeed. Well, definitely some stories to follow. With that, we are about ready to start the match here, but first, of course, for those tuning into the streams tonight, of course, keep in mind every commercial that is broadcasted during AAA and Pro Series will have NEPA-themed Easter eggs. Now, some are obvious ones that are hidden, but everyone at the end of the day who can name the Easter eggs will be entered for a chance to win a $250 gift basket plus $100 cash and more. All you need to do is watch the matches, write down the Easter eggs and the commercials, and you save them for when we open up the competition. We'll tell you a little bit about that more between quarters. But with that said, Dimwee, we do have the 2 readies up now. You can hear the dings in the background, so it looks like we are just about ready to go. The first of 2 Pro Series matches tonight here. Montreal Freeze on orange, Austin Burners on blue. And you got the duo of Pally and Dimwee, and Brutus on the cams. Let's go.
Let's go. But also, Palador, do you know where the phrase Easter eggs comes from originally? You probably think Easter, right?
Oh, we messed up.
What came first, the chicken or the Easter egg? I would think Easter egg, but I guess not.
Nice!
That's got
puts an egg in. Well, takes an egg. Takes an egg out of that basket.
You're throwing me these red herrings.
Cool, that was good though. That was a good one. I got you.
I hate the fact that you did. You're getting better at that. See, I thought I was getting good at detecting your trolls, and now you're just changing up the game on me. I don't like it.
Uh-oh, speaking of changing up the game, and they're missing that pass. Gets it picked up. Look at this. Offense, they're attacking they need to, as they have a big advantage. They're all going to back it up as that stack. They get there in time. To respond, good read there from Ender. Kind of making up for the fact that they did not get that pass to that far side station block. Also now set in here. Fired to jump the goal. Second. Ooh. Kaboom.
Right as the goalkeeper turned around to try to get the save, but it was just quick enough to slide by on that grab attempt. So great way to get them started. 23 seconds into that shot clock.
And chat says comms are open. I don't know if they still are.
Maybe they're talking about us. We're
double stack.
I'll be crossbow.
Maybe so. You know, sometimes start a little too loose.
Come back to you.
Though nice stitch over here from the Austin Burners. Currently down by 1, but we're still only looking at 1 goal piece here. That was a beautiful goal from Fire Ninja on that far side shot. And now send up here G Tyler looking for teammate far side. I believe it was Whoosh there, but does not connect. Now Chocolate or the Montreal Freeze. We'll send this one through mid. They have a good stack there, though. That's a phenomenal lead from G Tyler, though not good enough. Cruising opportunity sets up Fire Ninja 2 in a row. They're up 5-2.
Very nice, and Fire Ninja on the rise there off the pass from Cruisin'. Had some options on where to put it. On that elevator up, decided to stop at the top floor, put them up a couple more points.
You know, hotels regularly do not have a floor 13. Actually, at the NEPA land, the hotel we stayed in did not have a floor 13.
I did know that, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I even had I showed her one of the stuck in an elevator with some of the players, some of the pro players, pointed it out. They were like, I didn't know that was real. I was like, oh, it's totally real, and it's kind of interesting. Also silly, but interesting, as I'm only kind of Stitious. His move face, the little Stitious himself. Nice shot. Oh, what an opportunity off the backboard. Whoosh will recover it, though. G-Town will get that assist. And they get 2 on the board, so still 2 goals apiece here. They're tied up in goals, but not in points. 5-4 still in favor of the Freeze.
Not sure if that was superstitious, but that was super vicious from Whoosh on the backboard rebound. You know, curiously enough, people ask me about it all the time too. I mean, I know the superstitious reason for not having the floor 13. I mean, in Echo, my jersey number has always been 13. Certainly brought me some good luck in the past at the very least, but you know, one of those things. I'm superstitious about the caster's curse as well. Hit the reverse on the back ding on the bottom of the ring. Rebound. G. Tyler sends it out.
Sounds to me like you're anti-stitious. Huh?
No, I'm Uncle Stitious.
Oh my god! Oh, opportunity here, 3v3. They're gonna go for it. Oh, that's how you work through a defense. That was gorgeous. A little back and forth there, give and go between Fire Ninja and Chocolate. They're gonna melt that chocolate, get some points on the board. Yes, I went there. 3-point lead.
Really lit that fire indeed with the passing play, and that's 2 top pockets for Fire Ninja on that note here. The last couple of attempts.
My goodness. And upset the far side there. Good pickup by Whoosh. That was not the intended target, but it was phenomenal recovery. Some in-face, back up to Whoosh. Whoosh will back it out. They are in the offensive zone. Set up kind of in a triangle, so they had to recover on that one again. G. Tyler picks it up, sending it back up. They have one across behind Moonface, moving around, look for a cut. They now have G. Tyler, all of them pressing in. They're all set up for the cut. Moonface will get the points. Once again, the Austin Burners will continue nipping at the heels of the Freeze. 1.9 now.
Absolutely, but I mean, with the Burners here being one of the only couple remaining undefeated teams too, I feel like it's the Freeze really trying to nip at the heels for sure and cause these upsets. And I casted AAA the other day, and there were a couple of those as well on undefeated teams losing their first matches there. So you know, we're a few weeks, well, more than a few weeks in fact, a month into Pro Series and AAA now, but it gets harder and harder to maintain these kind of records.
I just realized, yeah, we're week 4 now, the end of week 4. This is the last day of week 4. Chocolate opportunity, but I held on too long there as that stack got back in time. Wow, 4 weeks. It's amazing how time flies. Fire Ninja, especially when you're having fun. Whoosh now gets that one turned over from Fire Ninja. It's under assault. Chrome stunned out. Nice stack there. That was Chocolate and a teammate. Didn't see the teammate. That's a long heave. Not a flat bounce. That bounce still gets away from the defense. That was dangerous. Who's that? G. Tyler, I think, on the far side. Not able to get the play, though, as Ender will collect this one on the back line. As we have 2.5 minutes to go in the first quarter, as Cruising will slow this one down. Oh, G. Tyler, good slap. Look at that. Says it out. They're going to get a proper stack race here, Palador.
That they are, and beating him to the punch just by a narrow margin was Ender, but Ender did get punched at the end of the day. Gets a sling into the corner where it's picked up by Chrome. Chrome getting stunned also. Chocolate picking the disc back up. Meanwhile, Fire Ninja and Cruisin' now lining up their stacks down the floor, splitting off just a bit into that triangle, and working it up ever so cautiously now as the defense is back in place. But quickly on the move now, actually. It's Fire Ninja. One pass and a finish. At last, that 2-player passing, finishing combo there. Fire Ninja Chocolate. They've done some damage a few times, didn't we, in this first quarter?
Yes, they have. Chocolate, that's the second one he's been involved in. Fire Ninja, 7 points, 1 assist. So that would be Fire Ninja's first assist here on Lit's first goal. Beautiful. There's a minute and a half to go in the quarter, and just like that, the Burners are through mid. And one thing also I've noticed, the Burners are very good at returning to their bubble for that bubble defense. They're very quick on it. They remind me of a little bit of a W defense, of an Andy or Zach defense. As I was talking about last night, that bubble defense that you get really familiar seeing when it's either of those two players from the kind of running that Synapse defense's whoosh opportunity, setting it in, and then Powder, you'd have a intimate familiarity with that defense.
Well, when you said W, I thought you were just talking about an Ariana Grande song at first. But yeah, the W's. Definitely. Well familiar with that hard-nosed defense inside the bubble. Stifling as it is, the defense needs to get back into the bubble, and they do. Oh. It's Cruisin'. And Cruisin', definitely a player who put on those kinds of shows, those kinds of saves. In fact, had one of the most clutch saves in the cast I had last week to secure their victory as a deep fling goes into the sidewall there.
Yeah, Chocolate cruising. Now going to get that one picked up. Chocolate looking for fire. And he can't hit that nugget block. It's getting in the way of a couple of these. Ender now. Oh, some activity there. Looking to pick it up. Does get there. At least I think so. Chocolate down to the floor. Some activity. Ooh, wow. Some dubstep here in the arena. G-Tal is setting out all the way out. They're going to be able to chain after this one. 12 seconds left in the quarter. Picked up move face. Open, not an open goal. Chrome now going to back this one out. Are they just going to run the clock here? I don't know. 5 seconds left in the quarter. Set up here. The pass up. G-Tyler wanted to drive that one in. Not going to happen. Fire Ninja doing some damage. And that'll end the first quarter 9-6 in favor of the Montreal Freeze. As we go into our first intermission, we will be back in just a moment. See you on the other side.
A lot of people say they're going to live out their dreams one day. By one day, they usually mean when their kids are grown up. If you wait until then, your kids will miss the lesson. Live your legend.
All right, so for those who are looking to claim this week's POAP, as we go into the second quarter soon, make sure, as you know, to head over to www.nepavrpro.com/NFT and fill out the POAP claim form there, because in order to complete this form, you'll need the secret password, which is, as we see in the game, Austin Burners. That is the password this week, Austin Burners. Deadline to submit this form will be 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, July 3rd. That is tomorrow. So, Dimwee, close game to start things off here. Neither team really pulling away by all too much. A lot of the damage being done on the free side of things by, again, Fire Ninja and Chocolate. Those two have the combined 9 points. Fire Ninja with 7 of them, in fact, though. Meanwhile, the other side, a nice 2-2-2 distribution between Whoosh, Chrome, and Moonface.
Yeah, it's been a very well fought game between the two teams. Cruising, the only player here picking up saves, although Ender did drop out, so might be missing a couple from him, at least registered saves. Presumably, we are in a timeout right now, so this is not halftime. This is a proper timeout. Looks like maybe some ping issues that they're looking to correct here as Ender reconnects and timeout. Excuse me, they're unpausing, so we should get right back into it. But yeah, very evenly matched game, and it's been a lot of unfortunately Ender drops out there, but I believe they just wasted that timeout, so it looks like they'll have to come out here with XA, presumably. But very evenly matched. There hasn't been what I have noticed. There's not a whole lot of mistakes in this one. Both teams executing very well, very competently. Passes are crisp and good. When the passes are intercepted, it was usually a read or out of that lane. I was able to get that more so than someone giving it away as Ender does return. So we should be all right. But I expect that to continue, especially if Ender is able to maintain his connection here in the second quarter. And I would hope it continues because this is a very good, very high skill, very fast-paced game here.
Absolutely. Over on the Freeze's side, for instance, looking like 3 of their 4 goals so far have been assisted. And over on the opposite side, for Austin Burners, All 3 of their goals so far are also assisted goals. So definitely the passing plays making a difference here. And as we do begin this second quarter right about now, and as you noted, Ender is back in the game. I know I was just scrimming them, or actually we had like warm-ups against them a couple nights ago. Just as kind of an anecdotal take, Ender was also having some connection issues at the time that bothered him a little bit throughout. So hopefully that goes away for him, but it might be a recurring thing this week. So hoping he stays in though, because we know how important Ender definitely is to their team and their success as one of the best players, in the game.
Oh, sir, players in the game, and also caused the first turnover, and then causes that second one there. So I mean, that tells you how vital he is. He's kind of putting it on display right now. As Whoosh, though, will get that one picked off again, sends it out. That stack gets there. G. Tyler hits the 3 to tie it up 9-9. That's his first of the game.
There we go. No longer is he 0G Tyler, he's 3G Tyler. Soon enough will be 4 and 5G even. We're getting to 2022 soon enough. But he is putting on the cellular connections, didn't we?
Sounded pretty conspiratorial there, Peldor.
No,
you know that 5G. You know what that 5G does. Ender, they're getting a 2v1 here off of that 5G. That doesn't make sense. I know. I'm sorry. Ender gets a 2. Puts the team up 11-9.
He gets the 2. Gee. That he does, though.
No.
So
No. Don't get that one.
Oh, geez.
Come on.
Back to you.
Quick pass here near side. It's going to be Moonface challenge. That was Ender. Again, all over these plays here. G. Tyler sending us one up. Oh, nice disc movement here. That's a bad bounce. Chrome has to track us one down. Not going to be able to. Who's there? Ender. Actually, Fire Ninja picks it up. He'll send that up. Lit. Long shot. Hits it. And again, Fire Ninja, Choco lit. The pair to be right now.
Absolutely. We know oftentimes in the VRML side, it's been a history of Chocolate and Sweet Tooth. Well, right now on NEPA, it's that combo of Chocolate and Fire Ninja definitely showing that they've got a lot of chemistry and good connections as well. As a take back by Chocolate, a steal in the midfield now will provide this back pass to Cruisin' and possession back to the Freeze.
And yeah, nice give and go here. Chocolate cruising. And Whoosh applying that forecheck here. Chrome nearby. Sent not where it was intended. The Fire Ninja will get a good recovery here and get this one set up. Chocolate. Ender starts cutting in there, but they're going to offer that reset instead. As you can see on the mini map there, the defense is all the way back now. As Chrome will come out for the forecheck. Stack there. Look at that. That's a 1-2-1 in the bubble. 1-2-1 in the bubble. You don't often, but I love you right there. You love it worked. You see what they did there? You see what they did? Now they have 3v3. They're gonna attack. Oh, but they get picked off. Who was that? Was that Ender? Was that Ender again? Unbelievable. Oh, the shot off the post and another one slapped out of the bubble. Come on.
This is some stifling defense they're playing. Can they turn it into offense? They've got a chance at it at the bottom of the trap. Securing the disc is Ender once more. Ender sends it high up there. Now the stacks aren't really there for the recovery, at least not offensively speaking, so this will be cleared back into the tunnel. Just past the hands of G. Tyler, but Moonface picks it up along the way and right down to Chrome. Chrome now will back it out towards the midfield. Risky though, risky as Chocolate there, causing some turnovers once more. This time the stacks underway. This time the stacks get back. This time the stacks and Ender gets the goal. 16-9.
Ender again, we say his name again. He's again on that play there to get the points. Putting his team up by 7 now. That's also 3 in a row from the Freeze. As they take a 7-point lead now. It was a 2 from Ender, a 2 from Lit, and then another 2 from Ender, the one we just saw there. So we're halfway through. Ender, look for another one. That one's going to be wide. The teammate in. Fire Ninja puts him up by 9.
All of a sudden as well. So there's still 4 minutes left in this halftime. And while we did see a between round timeout there taken presumably by the Freeze, this might be a time for the Burners to start considering it as well before this gets too far out of their reach in this half. I mean, at the risk of double digits, and they still, to my knowledge, have a timeout to expand on the half. So if they don't score here especially, they might want to consider that soon, didn't we?
Ooh, you know, and the Burners go back to this passing sequence here. They are so good. Look at this. Look at that. Even when there's a mistake there, they recover beautifully. and work that through. That was a masterclass in passing. We just witnessed there. They are all the way in here, though. That back pass, well, kind of a lateral back pass is off the mark. It will turn over there. Ender again, looking for a cloud shot. Not going to connect on it. Well, maybe not a cloud shot, but I was in the vicinity. Good recovery there, though. That was, who was that in the bubble? I didn't quite get the crack. Whoever it was, it got sent out. And Moonface will pick it up, turning around back through this near side tube. Good dump in and picked up. Uh-oh. Whoosh, up and go!
And whoosh goes the dynamite. I think that's how that works. 18-12, less than 3 minutes left. They needed that 3 so badly, didn't we? That finally stops the bleeding just a bit and puts them back within a much more palpable, manageable reach of only 6 points difference.
Only 6 points. Yeah, 2.5 minutes in the half. That was a really important goal there because it was 4 goals in a row from the freeze, but they were all 2. So they got 8 points. They only got 8 points from it. So that 3 almost cuts that in half. Moonface, look for another one. Shut up! Shut up!
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's unbelievable. They're back within 3. Come on.
I believe the correct phrase would be "shut your moon face." What a pair of 3s, didn't we? Both of those long bombs from Whoosh and Moonface. That took what was almost a double-digit deficit going into the half, and now they're within 3.
Yeah, they could end up with the lead here. They keep this up, although that was a nice give and go. Who is it again? Fire Ninja and Chocolate. They're just melting chocolate all over this arena. We got Moonface. Isn't there a marshmallow company? Something about moons?
Here.
Moon pie. Is it moon pie
chocolate.
marshmallow?
No, those are like Hostess cakes, I think. Well, they are marshmallowy though. They have some marshmallows in there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're halfway to a s'more.
Here, you know what you can call them? You got fire. You got chocolate. How about the fonduo?
You also have Burnsy for when you inevitably overcook your s'more. You catch it on fire on quote unquote accident. Fire Ninja, big disruption there. Lit with a good slap out. Those two are just working so well together. Oh, they're working very well together. Whoosh, you get that one recovered though. Sends it out through that far side tube. Cannot get it. Well, it does get all the way through. But again, Fire Ninja gets there. It stuns out G Tyler. That looked a little dirty. That looked a little mean. Like a little vicious. Ender off of the head there. Whoosh. Disc is still in the bubble. Turning it around. Cruising. Dings it. 35 seconds here in the half.
And just enough time for at least one more score from one more team. The scramble unfolding, unwinding in the tunnel. And sending is Chrome. That's going to go a little bit too far to the right. But a pick up and in the clear. Get out of here, Whoosh. They put it within 2. Austin Burners close that gap as the time is just about to expire on the half.
Yeah, I think we're right. It's going to be, no time. No time, I'm pretty sure. No, 2 seconds.
Great way to close the half, though. That's 3 threes in the last few minutes to really pull them so close to the reach. Yeah, and one from
Moon.
Moonface. Yeah.
Yeah.
So awesome run for the Austin Burners, the Awesome Burners. Montreal Freeze, though, do hang on to a lead and now have 5 minutes to talk things out. And in the meantime, we'll head over to a quick intermission. We'll be back after that little break to talk about what we just witnessed. All season long, NEPA will be issuing POAPs to anyone who shows up to live broadcasts and fills out the claim form with the secret password. The form can be found at www.nepavrpro.com/NFT. Each week we'll be highlighting a different franchise as the POAP logo, so show up each week and collect all 16 teams. The more you collect, the more potential rewards you can unlock. The deadline to submit the claim form is 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, July 3rd. That's tomorrow evening. And the password for this week is the Austin Burners. So over to the halftime report now, brought to you by Big St. Charles Motorsports. Taking a look at what we've got, well, we had the Freeze getting hot for quite a bit there. They went on a nice run, but in that second quarter, didn't we? But then the Austin Burners, as we mentioned going into the halftime break, between Whoosh and Moonface, that barrage of threes, it really just closed that gap in a hurry. And that's what threes can do for a team, is just really expand or contract a lead before you know it.
No, that was the difference maker in that second quarter there. Because I'm looking at the score sheet here. There were 5 goals scored by the Montreal Freeze. Every single one of them were a 2. There were 4 goals scored by the Burners. Every single one of them a 3. Who do you think got more points during that period, during that quarter? Burners. They scored fewer goals, got more points. I mean, that is actually didn't do the math on that. 6, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, so they got 2 more points off of 1 fewer goal. That's that's a major difference maker. That's how important, if you can hit those threes, hit them. It's really, that extra point can really be a difference maker. And isn't that what I think we talked about this before? Isn't that what the NBA discovered? That it's better to take the chance on the threes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That extra point actually adds up significantly.
Yeah, for the longest time, you would get benched for taking threes that were contested. Pretty much, like me growing up watching basketball in the early 2000s and the 10s and whatnot. It wasn't really until this last decade-ish that more advanced analytics start coming out, and they figured, well, hey, if a person is a good, confident shooter and they can make even 32, 33% of their three-pointers, contested or otherwise, that's going to be worth more at the end of the day. It adds up to be worth more than just taking all these close, perhaps more percentage-wise efficient twos. But yeah, as long as you can shoot even just a decent percentage, about 1/3 of your shots, it's going to be worth more at the end. And you see a lot of players now willing to push those limits across Pro Series and across competitive Echo in general, where they're getting confident with their placements, those pockets, the anchors, whatever it takes, stunning out the goalies sometimes, and they'll push for those extra points. But of course, if you can't get the open ones, like the Burners did several times there, I mean, even better.
Well, you bring something up that I wanted to point out is because you bring up the anchor shots. I don't see as many anchor shots as I used to. I don't know what's changed about that. I don't know if maybe it's the dunk meta. I don't know if the dunk meta is really taking over. But because you do sometimes when a team needs a 3 to tie it up or to take a lead or something. You oftentimes see them go for that 3. They will set up. They'll have 1 or 2 guys attack. They have one guy who's literally in the face the goalie, doing all that kind of gnarly stuff. I love doing it. It's one of my favorite things to do in the game. And then you have that other guy. You have that confident shooter like a Stram or like an Ender. Hang out and send in that anchor shot from whatever spot they've practiced the most. And I'm surprised we don't see that more often as just a general strategy. It's very interesting to me. We don't see that more often. I think we do see it sometimes from I think Game does that occasionally. I think the Joker guys do that occasionally, but that's really it. That's really it.
Yeah, it's also one of those higher risk, high reward type plays, right? I mean, you mentioned Game, of course, a part of the Ignite squad on the VRML side, formerly known as Joker, and they were really the founders of that 4 or 5 years ago. As we do go into this second half here. So first shot immediately from Fire Ninja, and that's a great way to start them off on the freeze. But just to finish the thought, yeah, like 4 years ago, I think they were those players from that Joker / Ignite squad who we see all over NEPA across various teams were really kind of the ones who pushed that forward, I would want to say, before anyone else did.
Student in chat said, in my opinion, anchors are harder on CV1 than Quest, and Burnsy agrees. That's interesting. I wonder how much truth there is to that. Not doubting. I just have no idea. It's the first time I've heard that before. As Whoosh on the far side. Yeah, set up. Look at that reset though. Back to Moonface because they were looking at the 3v4 there. You see, they read that. See, that is reading a strategic situation and altering your game plan. You see Moonface now moving up because no one's challenging him. No one came out to challenge. But look, oh, whoa, ooh, Cruising got a hand on it, but they'll still get the points. That'll go in. I didn't see who got the attempt, but back to a 2-point lead.
Hey, points are points in that case, and we'll go through the bits of the ever-talented Cruisin' and still get those back on the board for the burners here. And then, yeah, for what Chad is saying, I think, you know, it's hard for me to say totally, but I feel like maybe a 3. Oh, baby, it's Fire Ninja. Right from deep. That was one of those high-risk, high-reward plays right there. Yep. The defense playing out of the bubble, and, well, they did pay for it. But yeah, I think the whole CV1 quest thing, it's also one of those cases where part of me wants to say maybe it also has to do with what headset you started on first, because I know some of my opinions on what's more easy on quest versus CV1 is opposite to what other people think. But I also started on CV1, so who knows. That said, Ender here, he goals. There's a 2.
Apparently my game froze.
Oh, well, so
My
Ender did
computer
just make it
froze.
2. Oh. And yet I can still hear you, Dimwee.
I'll be back in just a moment.
All right, well, welcome to the solo cast here. For a moment, Dimwee having some tech issues, it sounds like, but he'll be back on short. So, G. Tyler with a disc here on the Nest, Q being bouncing it out over to Whoosh. Whoosh trying to pass it to the tunnel, but well read from Chocolate. Chocolate down the lane. Also well read from G. Tyler. Very educated are these players here. They went to Echo School or Echo University, as the case may be. That's going to bounce right off the wall into the pickup, recollection by Fire and Chocolate. That dangerous, dangerous pair here in this game today. As it will be sent right up into, well, back into the bubble, actually, and picked up by Moonface, who now sends a clear as the stacks go underway. This could be an open goal opportunity. G. Tyler picks it up and sends it down. They're up now. Only 5 points, so G. Tyler closing the gap just a bit. Actually 4, because math. Just verifying Dimwee is still out. Okay, good stuff. So, Fire going crazy, says chat there, as well as SZA and Skeptic. Definitely appreciating and applauding what they're able to do. There's a nice steal. Midfield. Rome sends it down. That's going to be Whoosh. Whoosh was dangerous in that last quarter, making some of those threes, but now making a passing play to Moonface. The recipient at the backboard. It's cut to 2-point lead, and just like the first half, one run from one team being answered by a run from the other. Austin Burner's not going away here.
No, they're not. And you see, I believe it was Chrome, and I am back now. Thank you for that. Was Chrome was doing what's a stunning in the goal there. I believe it was Chrome. Could have been G Tyler, but I'm fairly certain watching it back on the stream. It was number 20 something. 24 is Chrome there, so I'm pretty sure it was him. But yeah, stunning out that goal. You're doing all sorts of work there. Chocolate. Oh, what a shot! Nice. Oh, that was just beautiful.
Not an easy angle, especially with the defender right there threatening to save or steal it, but still managed to work it just in the right spot to bounce in right around that goalpost.
Yeah, and you see the goalie came out and he held it until the goalie bit, and they sent it. And the play. I mean, there was no way goalie's getting back to that. Once the goalie jumped out, that was it. It was shooters. Yeah. Lit gets another one. Sends this one up. Does he get the? Oh my god! Oh my god!
What a bounce that was. That is twice in a row, Dimwee, that Chocolate has managed to kind of hug it around the goalpost and almost just like a magnet, just kind of curling into the goal on an unlikely but oh so skillful bounce.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good. That's one of those intentions versus expectations. We could maybe maybe send that one in thinking, well, maybe not even intending for it to go in, maybe thinking, oh, there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was an intentional shot. I just thought honestly it was too sharp off the bottom of the floor there. I didn't think it was gonna go in until it did.
Oh yeah, that bounce was really whoop. And
Absolutely.
XA made a bit of a scene there, and some people are going to be whispering his name a little bit more as a result. I mean, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, everybody. As we are back here.
There's been a few players like that as well, Demi. It's always a fun thing to follow, both in Pro Series and in AAA.
Guipo stands out to
yeah,
me.
Lil Guipo, I was about to say, one of those players. Impulse the other day had a triple-double in the game with points, assists, and stuns, and had a bunch of points. That is a bunch of points from G. Tyler coming in 41 meters deep. G. Tyler with 11 to his name to lead the way so far in the burners, and what a shot out of the timeout.
And this right after Freeze hit that 40-point mark. We've got less than 7 minutes to go in the game. G. Tyler hitting just a clutch 3 there. Cannot emphasize enough how important that goal was. As Ender will run a little give and go here with Cruz and his whoosh, doing a whole bunch of applying a bunch of pressure on that forward check, but does get stunned out. Oh no! Fire Ninja gets another one. That's 24 points for him in this game.
24 points, huge for Fire Ninja, and almost as huge as that goal was open. A tough thing to give away in that case, where you're trying to mount a comeback. We said it earlier on how threes can be such big difference makers, and especially for a team in the burners who are trying to come back. Those are the last types of shots you want to give away when you still have 6 minutes left in a single-digit game. It was a single-digit game.
And again, the Burners, one of only 2 teams still undefeated, protecting that undefeated streak, 3-0. 6 minutes to go, they're down by 11, and a big stop, another clutch stop from Cruz, and he has registered 6 saves in this game, and every single one of them vital. As Ninja, long shot, whoosh, so big stop, gets in that lane. That's why your positioning is so important. Oh, that's a big turnover there, though. Ender will pick the pocket, sends it up, lit. Oh, come on.
That combo has been something else. Talk about Fire's 26 points. How about Chocolate with 6 assists off of that one?
Did you see the way he passed it?
Oh, yeah.
It was sneaky, behind the back, a little wrist flick.
It was smooth as butter, or chocolate. But I feel like we go to that one too much. But that was beautiful.
It really was. That's good for our highlight reels. Oh no, that's a big turnover. Choco lit. Speak of the devil.
Man.
16-point lead.
Wow. So that is 13 points and 6 assists now for Chocolate. What an insane match, and what a way to really pull ahead now. Again, Dimwee, it's the case of these threes. These threes are adding up, because if we only just hit 40 a couple of minutes ago, we're already nearly at 50 now.
You know, I was on a team with Chocolate once for less than 24 hours.
Same, probably. at some point.
Ooh. Only maybe 6 inches lower, that would have gone in. Fire Ninja gets that one picked off. Oh, look at that chain. They're doing the thing. Your Chocolate has been able to take the stack strategy. Ooh, nice stun there from Chrome. They're still gonna get the opportunity. Cruz, and we'll get that one for the 2. But it looks like Lit is taking it's Chocolates and Sweet Tooth typically you see over in VRML. Well, Lit's been able to bring that strategy over here to NEPA and execute it with Fire Ninja, and wow, I mean, what a show they've put on.
Yeah, I mean, common denominator here is Chocolate. Chocolate, definitely one of those players who could just have great chemistry with any variety of teammates for sure. A lot of that, again, predicated, I think, off that instinct for the grabs and the speed, because that alone puts you in such good position in Echo. If you can be first to the disc and cause those turnovers, I mean, that by itself will buy you so many opportunities.
Well, that's why a nice turnover there by Fire Ninja. But that's why I used to call Chocolate the one-man speed multiplier. Because when I boosted with him, I went faster. You know what I mean? Like, my boosts were faster because his boosts were so efficient. You know what I mean? Like, I performed better with him as a teammate. And it was that's where that came from, because I knew from firsthand experience. It's Lit. Speaking of the devil, we'll get another one.
What was that? That was like a tornado move. Did you see that?
Yeah, tornado of chocolate.
Ooh. You know, I think they have that at Golden Corral. Wait, no, that's a fountain. Close enough.
I don't think we have Golden Corral here. Are there still Golden Corrals?
Probably.
Yeah, they're certainly not here. Oh, look at this. Big opportunity. Moonface. Oh, wow.
He just He just mimicked what Chocolate did on the other end.
Wow.
Oh, that's an accurate description in the chat there. Jucifer saying Beyblade. Also accurate. Exactly, Beyblade.
I don't see that reference. I also don't get that reference.
Let it rip, Dimwee. The Beyblade. The Beyblade. Let the Beyblade rip.
Indeed. Indeed. 2 minutes here, 22 points. Or excuse me, 18-point spread. It was 22 points a moment ago. Chrome setting this one up. Moonface. T Tyler in. Look at, oh, not good. That'll turnover. Ender has it. 2 minutes ago, 18 points. It's a minimum of 6 goals. Ooh. Look for another one. Take that. 7. No, still 6. Which is 5 resets, which is what's that, like a minute 40. That was the ice.
Which is math. Yeah.
That was the ice.
20-point lead. What a statement game here for Montreal Freeze with 90 seconds still to spare. But absolutely popping off here tonight. And Austin Birders now just trying to cut it as close as they possibly can as this buzzer impends. Right now the defense getting back, and Fire Ninja takes it away.
Yeah, that'll also be the Austin Burners falling to 3-1. And that will be that will leave the Dallas Knights with the only undefeated team remaining in the league as they take on the Echo Club Kansas City this evening, immediately following this game. So be sure to stick around for that one, because you want to watch, see if they can keep that streak running. Ender gets another 2. And I'm gonna find out how many points Ender got in this game. So give me just a second, because I have it all written down.
All right, well, then we got to take care of the math on that end, but the math speaks for itself on this end. 56 points thus far, and still maybe a chance to increase it. Freeze have definitely had themselves a absolute barrage of points here tonight. A lot of those threes pushing them ahead, and then just popping off. Certainly with Chocolate and Fire Ninja. As speaking of, there's the 2 of them on the stack, and they do get the disc, they do get the shot, although it doesn't go down the bottom pocket. 17 remaining, and one more opportunity at a goal for either of these teams. There's those fast stacks stuck in the trap as Chrome gets stunned, but Cruisin does pick it up. 7 seconds on the clock. One final fling perhaps on this interception from Moonface, but that will be the conclusion of the game, and Montreal Freeze will win this one 56-34, handing Austin Burners their first loss here a month into the season. So over to this team stats, of course, and this kind of relates directly to, well, I'm excited to talk about this one. Player of the match, Dimwee. Of course, brought to you by Holtzauer Auto and Motorsports. There's some strong stat lines up there, but I'm going to just get mine out of the way right now and just say Chocolate for me. Wow.
See, that's the thing. I'm looking it over, and I'm thinking back on the game and what we were talking about. What's interesting is one, like a year ago, talking about the Montreal Freeze, you talked about Cruisin and Ender. That was a pair everybody was focused on, Cruisin and Ender. Talk tonight, it's all about Fire Ninja and Chocolate Lit. Unbelievable. I mean, and that's to say, that's how deep their roster is. That's how solid that roster is. You have 2, seasoned veterans who are known for their top level play, with 2 newer players who don't really need to prove anything, but are still coming out and showing you that, they can just take it over. And I'm looking over the stats, and I'm like, Fire Ninja or Chocolate Lit, and it's Fire Ninja 26 points, 3 assists, 2 saves. Chocolate 17 points, but 8 assists, 2 saves. Like, wow. Yeah. Just wow. But I'm gonna be honest, my initial thought was Lit. My initial thought was Lit, and so what I did was I played a little game. I was like, all right, let's say hypothetically each assist counted for 2 points. That would give Fire Ninja 32 points. It would give Lit 33. Like, that is how close. But that since I'd been thinking Lit, and that gave him at one point that's a little silly thing to do, but I'm gonna go with Lit because it's such a hard choice. But with the it also goes back to those stacks, bringing over that stack knowledge from his experience over the master tier, and bringing it here and using it with Fire Ninja and executing in that way. Just absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, Chocolate Lit, for sure.
All right, I I'm in agreement there. Also, and not only that, I mean, 8 assists, not a mark you see hit all that often, and furthermore, they're efficient too. There were not a lot of those pass attempts that missed its connection. So it was 8 assists on efficient passing, just as well as 17 points on efficient shooting. Fire Ninja, again, that definite like honorable mention. I mean, very complete stat line for sure. And I think any other game that would be like a runaway MVP just as well. So very close, but I mean, dominant performance there for Montreal Freeze for sure. Over on the Burners side, any observations, didn't we? I mean, we had 2 players in double digits there, nearly 3 players. I mean, they still put up a heck of a fight, but just got away from them there in that fourth, especially.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where the breakdown was. I think it was just over the aggregate, just over time, over the whole course of the game, enough mistakes, or we're able to pile up there ultimately. I really expected the Austin Burners to run with that undefeated record for a while, and even though they were missing players, I still came in expecting kind of expecting them to win that one. So I wouldn't say I'm disappointed, but I wouldn't even say I'm surprised, but did expect maybe fewer mistakes. I don't know if it was mistakes. I don't know if that was or if it was a strategic decision making, or if maybe the mental game broke down and we just couldn't really tell from the booth. But very curious where they think their breakdown was, and also sad to see that the one of only 2 remaining undefeated records disappear.
Well, which does lead us, though, to a perfect segue into our next and final match here at Pro Series tonight, because the other undefeated team, as Dimwee had mentioned just a moment ago, Dallas Knights. They will be here on stream next, the other Texas team, and they'll be going against a force of nature in Kansas City. That's a team, in last season, they made it all the way both in Pro Series as well as the Charity Cup, right to the very end, the finals, as runners up. I mean, that streak, that undefeated streak, is going to be put to the test definitely again for the second time tonight on a Texas team in just the next few minutes.
Indeed.
So with that, we are going to take just a brief intermission, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere unless it's to get soda and some popcorn or something. That I recommend. But otherwise, we've got a stellar match on the way, more undefeated streaks on the line. So don't go too far away, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Hey everybody, welcome back to the NEPA TV here on the Saturday evening, full of amazing matches. We are here at the tail end of it with another undefeated streak on the line here for one of these teams. But on the cast, I'm Palador, being joined by Sir Dimway and Brutus on the cams. Happy to all be here on what has been a very entertaining set of matches. Some eye-popping stat lines on some of these ones, as is usually the case amongst these players. And on that note, didn't we? Undefeated streak. We saw one just end moments ago over on the Austin Burners side versus the Montreal Freeze, who handed them their first loss. Now we've got the other Texas team, Dallas Knights, facing against Echo Club Kansas City. Knights being the ones with the undefeated stakes.
Yeah, Echo Club Kansas City coming in here. They're going to be playing against this undefeated Dallas Knights team. Without Mamba, the real Mamba, not going to be in this one. So they have two pulled up from the AAA. That's Snipe and Baron. I would presume Baron would play, but I don't actually know. We'll have to wait and see. But otherwise, Oculizator pairing him and Sweet Tooth here. And a very strong, very deep roster for Echo Club Kansas City. I don't expect them to do too terribly without the real Mamba. But it is he is a caliber player that you will notice missing, especially his play style that meshes so well with Oculizator. So certainly will be missed. But again, Baron play. I know you've seen Baron play, and I am confident that this player will fill those shoes fully.
Oh yeah, Baron's making some appearances on the streams that I've done as well, subbing in here and there. Across matches, and definitely more than capable here of stepping up. And what a great time to do it! As mentioned, there's so many players who have been able to step into those shoes and then perform really well in those substitute roles. So over on to Dallas Knights now, running with Buchibo, Light Has Come, Mozzie, The Law, and Geo. Another two more of these teams, both these teams, in fact, coming from last season's original series, Pro Series teams as well. And again, that undefeated streak at stake. A lot of talent on this team for sure. A lot of great chemistry across both NEPA and VRML for several of these players. So you just know the chemistry is going to be there.
Oh, you absolutely do. And they will be playing with their full proper roster. Geo will be their presumably fifth man to the two player coming up from the AAA for the Dallas Knights here. And a very, very talented roster. Light Has Come as a player I've known since his first season. I believe it was his first season in the VRML. And I've watched him work his, there's, you ever heard the myth of talent? Ever heard of the myth of talent? There's a general kind of a push to basically refer to talent as a myth, because when you see talent, when you see somebody who's good at something, it did not come. It's not something that usually, it's something coming naturally like that. Basically, is a myth, and it's something they actually put the work in. They put the time in. They put the blood, sweat, and tears. All the cliches. And I can say personally, I've witnessed Light Has Come put that work in, and work his way into this position to be in the Pro Series. So that's just to say, if you're watching, you're in the AAA, or you're in the PDR, or you're not even in the PDR yet, and you think, I'm just not good enough. I'm just not naturally skilled enough. That is a wrong way to be thinking about it. Put in the time, put in the work. You can work your way up that ladder. It's literally about putting the work in, because talent, again, is a myth, Palador.
Well, I could definitely go on to debate that for a while too. I mostly agree with you, in the sense that you have to put in the work, definitely, at the end of the day, because you can have any kind of...
Well, obviously, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
You can have any kind of natural inclination towards things, but if you don't actually care for it, you don't actually put in the time or work, you're never going to discover your true potential. And that's kind of how I view it. And you're absolutely right. These players, all of them really, are players who have put in that time to be where they are today, and for that matter, be with a record that they have today. But that said, we are going to ready up soon. But real quick, once more for anyone joining us here today, and any of our streams, just keep in mind that, of course, every commercial that we have between quarters during AAA and Pro Series broadcasts will have NEPA-themed Easter eggs. Some are obvious and some are hidden, but everyone who can name those commercials and the Easter eggs, they'll be entered for a chance to win a $250 gift basket plus $100 cash and more. The way you enter the win is simply watch the matches, write down the Easter eggs in the commercial, and save them for when we open up the competition on the forums, which we'll get to a little bit later once again. But that said, getting to it right now is the start of this exciting matchup. Echo Club Kansas City on orange, Dallas Knights on blue. I'm anything but blue today. Happy to be here with Sir Dimwee, Brutus on the cams. Let's get to it.
Yeah, launching out here in this first quarter, first touch and first possession. Going to go to Echo Club Kansas City. Scribble this out so I don't call the teams by their own names. And set up here Baron on the near side. So Baron in. Presumably Snipe will be sitting on the tube. No, Snipe isn't. Who's sitting back? Bringing it in. A shot there. I see Oculus in there. And then the far side, I see Paranim. So it is Sweet Tooth sitting out. Sweet Tooth. Explain yourself. I know you're watching. A Snipe will send that one nice pass to Paranim. Watch out. Watch that shot. Oh, no. She's going to set up the teammate. Baron going for it. The law, though, shutting it down, turning it around.
Nice defense being played there on the side of Dallas Knights, causing turnovers, getting a shot opportunity, both between the Law and Buchibo. They had some great defense, but unfortunately they lose the disc, and there's no defense there to be witnessed. So witness Paranim going mad like Max for the first three.
And Paranim gonna get that first goal. And yeah, interesting. So Gio probably is sitting out for the Knights. And but looks like Sweet Tooth sitting back. At least he was initially there for Echo Club Kansas City. And they do get the points there. Paranim putting it in, but now the loss. And they got Butchabo on the far side. And a very deep relay setup here. Mozzie, though, sends it to light. It's coming against red there. Baron. Wow. Baron turns that one around, sends it, but there's the law once again at mid. And a big steep pass up there. Mozzie on the ceiling. Mozzie always in talk when you're talking about best players in the world. Mozzie is always a part of that discussion. He's one of those players I think we both, Powder, have seen him work his way up from from a fledgling player to being one of the best.
Absolutely. You don't get here by mistake. Again, it's like we said, you put in the time, put in the work, and you're going to find yourself here amongst the tall trees of the best that Echo has to offer, as far as the players, competition, and so forth. I mean, immense levels of skill here, as not quite immense levels of scoring yet, although maybe another opportunity here. 2-on-2 in the bubble if they push this right about now. Oculus Satyr, miscommunicated though on that pass to Baron. Just kind of zigged when they should have zagged, and as a result, they'll actually lose possession into the opposite side now for maybe an open goal.
Ooh, and they will be uncontested. Light has come. We'll get that one in. As Dallas Knights will find themselves onto the board finally here. It took, was a minute 15 after the first, and it took 2.5. 1.5. 2.5. Since the beginning, I think I can math. I used to be able to math. In high school I was very good at anyways. As you get older. Anyways, center cross. Ooh.
I can't even pronounce math. Wait, I did it.
I believe it's moth.
Oh yeah, so that's the French pronunciation, I think.
Yes. It's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa. Center cross.
Well, it's true. It's very true. And thank you for acknowledging that.
You're welcome.
But Oculus Satyr with a disc here. We'll get back for Kansas City. Sends it over to Baron on that side tunnel. Will be Baron working it up the floor. Baron lying down that pass. Slowing down just to meet it halfway with Paranim, and then sending it back to Oculus Satyr, who'll manage it from the midfield.
Yeah, Oculus Satyr pushing up now is, they have a Mozzie playing really deep here. More pressure there as they get that pass up, but Paradigm doesn't like what she sees, backs it up again. Also, they're really set up. We see there's two players in the bubble, very aggressive. Both Baron and who else is in there? Is that Snipe? Baron and Snipe are both playing really deep in the bubble. Mozzie ultimately getting that one turned over, cannot get it out. Does get it picked up though. Then they answer the law. Long shot now off the barrier there. As Oculus Satyr will once again get this one recovered. And nice pass up there, Paranim on the far side.
Got to count themselves lucky there, because Law is one of those players who will strike hot anytime that goal is left open, and even when it's not open. But nonetheless, no goals yet on that punish, but maybe on another turnover they can have a chance at it as it goes deep down the floor. That's going to bounce off the bottom. Always gives it a chance there, as we even saw in that last match. Just those bottom kind of roll-ins off the backboard. As Light as comes away with it. Mozzie has it snagged, though, by Baron. Guarding that goal with a life, and Oculus Satyr now seeing if they can find some goals with that extra life, and getting some stuns on the way. There's a shot, and it might have been, but no, a little too far to the left, and just the same, it will be a stat catching up. And now throwing hands in the midfield as a shot now gets sent. Oh my goodness! The shot bounces! The law just broke the laws of physics!
You know what? Of course, it was on purpose. 100%. He meant to do that from beginning to end, all according to plan. Beautiful three there. Who was that? Was that Betchmo?
The Law.
The Law. That's right. It was the Law. Yeah, that's yeah. Of course, the Law. The Law always plans a shot like that. Okay,
He does. He does, in fact, not once but twice. Quite nice, and a lot easier on that one for the Law compared to the last bounce off the barrier. Wow.
Wow, indubitably. Indubitably. 2.5, just under 2.5 to go here in the first quarter.
It's It's pronounced math, and the math
It's
adds up now
pronounced
to 11-3.
Mozzie.
No, it's pronounced moth. Sorry. But Mozzie now with a 3. This kind of goes back to our earlier theme, didn't we, right? Of how quickly a couple of threes, a few threes add up and turn a really close game into, well, this, where it suddenly balloons 11-3.
Yeah, it happens fast, and it says threes. Those threes are so punishing. Basically, you have, I mean, that's three free points you get off of 3 threes. You get a free point off of every 3. A free point. Ooh, nice disruption there from Butchmo. But does not get possession. Pairing him now with it. As Echo Club Kansas City finally able to push up on offense again here. It took him a while to get back to this position. A shot off the backboard. Read by the Law. Gets a stop, and the light is coming. We'll have to get that one slapped out of the bubble. Sending it out. Good stack here, though. Mozzie and Butchmo chase it down. Mozzie with it. Mozzie sends it. Mozzie licks the stamps. Dots his C's. Crosses his eyes. And mails it home.
Cross the sea. What? Licks the eye? Excuse me?
You all saw it. You all witnessed it. I just got Palador tongue-tied.
Not tongue-tied, more like brain-tied. I'm not sure what I just heard.
6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Okay, now I'm just all kinds of tied. I don't even. What universe is this? Oh yeah, Echo Universe. University. Anyways, well educated here. Paradigm is gonna shoot it in, and that's 14-5. They needed that goal badly, and I would still say, even with that, I mean, we're only 30 seconds left, but you know, they got to be careful not to let anything else in the other end, and they should be okay. I feel like this lead could be a lot bigger than it is right now. So for Kansas City, just weathering the storm at the moment.
Yeah, but that was just notable. 5 unanswered goals that were from the Dallas Knights before Paranym got her second of the game. As Acolytes hitter there on the far side setting up, Paranym bringing it up. One behind the goal. Snipe gets it. Bringing the team back within 7. But that is still a substantial lead as we go into this first intermission. 14-7 in favor of the Dallas Knights, currently still defending that 3-0 record. We will go to a quick intermission. Be back in just a moment. See you on the other side.
Born to fight the good fight. Born to open minds.
Make it red, make it
Born to lead the way. The limited edition Ram 1500 Red. Born to save, built to serve.
For those looking to claim this week's POAP, head on over to www.nepavrpro.com/NFT and fill out the POAP claim form. In order to complete the claim, you'll just need the secret password, which is Austin Burners this week. The deadline to submit the claim form is 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, July 3rd. That is tomorrow. So what is today and what is tonight in the second quarter of our last match of the night, didn't we? We've got ourselves a 7-point game, as you mentioned. A couple goals in a row there from Echo Club Kansas City to calm it down a little bit. before it got too out of hand. So well done on their part. But you can see why Dallas Knights, on the other hand, I mean, 14 first quarter points, excuse me. You can see why they've had such a strong start to this season.
No, you absolutely can. I mean, they have been playing exceptionally well, and it's okay. I mean, if you go just off of that first quarter, Butchville almost get that one. That was a nice setup. But if you go based on just that first quarter, you would expect them to maintain this 3-0 record, going 4-0. But Oculizator wants to write a story of his own. 23 meters out. That's also his first of the game. He's got 3 on the board. They're back within 4.
Oculizator, the great equalizator, I guess. Anytime you have him on your team, though, I mean, you know the tenacity of that player right there. First points of the game, not the last, not by a long shot. He's definitely going to put on the moves, just like the Law did there with a couple ducks before the pass.
Now Mozzie, they're gonna 2v2 here. Big setup there. Mozzie to, that was Butchabo. I don't know what's going on with my overlay. Baron picks it off though, sends it out. Well, he got a pass from a pickoff and sends that one out. There's gonna be a good boost there. Lightus Come gets there first there on defense. There. And we'll send it back up here. Dallas Knights. I was ambitious. I'm gonna go.
Dimway's broken.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, well, that said, the shot not broken from the Law. And the Law again converting and making the other team hurt. He has 9 points, and that is, in fact, the game high thus far. To lead the way for both teams. I mean, three saves as well. That's the thing about the Law. It's not just about the offense. Definitely knows how to put on the clamps defensively as well, whether it's steals or saves. Meanwhile, 17-10. 6 minutes left here, still in this second quarter. As they go sailing down to the floor now on the offense. Good pass, the finish there. Too far to the side, the Law picks it up and sends it bouncing wayward into Paradigm's arms, where it's picked back up, and another chance for Kansas City to cut it a little bit closer.
Ooh, Baron was looking for a setup there to Oculizator. Did not connect on it. That's a big turnover there. Zmozzy, ooh, what are that? It's a station block. He's cursing. Well, I would be, anyways. You're like, where did that giant block come from? Snipe there. Yeah, that's all in fun because you know how good these players are, and shots like that you don't expect them to hit the big Geo. The small one, Nugget, sure, but the big block.
Who's hitting Geo? He's just sitting over there, all calm and collected. No need.
You know what? The one time I went for a ceiling shot, a boop shot, I hit popcorn. Okay, so it's not like I could talk.
No, I'm talking about Geo. Over on Bluetooth.
He's too busy complaining in chat.
Oh. you heard it here first, Gio. Dimmy wants to hit you or something like that.
I never said any such thing. Don't put words in my mouth. Unbelievable. As Oculizator, believable. Sending that one to the near side. Oh, nice setup there. That was just a forward up. Number 11, it was that snipe. Although it does not connect. Mozzie with another turnover. Get it here. Butchville, long shot. But Oculizator, again, Oculizator's been doing really good. That's my voice cracks. On the back line in this game. Causing a lot of pickoffs. Mozzie, though, ooh. Again, see, right there again. He's all over it.
That's why I said, man, he's any team. I say the same about his former teammate Srembitsky, too, right? Like, there's certain players, as Snipe goes through the layers to get the goal. But there are certain players in this game who are definitely multiplier. I mean, he's mentioned Chocolate, right? A speed multiplier, right? There are certain players where you pair them with anyone, any roster, it automatically just puts them in a much stronger position. It makes everyone around them better.
Halfway through second quarter. Yeah, they're absolutely like that. There was somebody I played with not too long ago that I was like, yeah, I swear I play better like when I'm playing with you. I can't remember who it was, but it's been a while since the game. Oculizator gets this one picked up. Ooh, tricky. Look, I wanted some points after that because that would have been great. That would have been a great highlight.
Absolutely, putting on all the moves in the book, and Oculizator knows at least 1,000 of them, I would say. But has all the offensive tools in the house. They have all the shots in the house. Snipe shooting far from the field, 30 meters deep, and there was defense there too. What focus to connect.
Connect, I'm gonna build a roller coaster with Connect. Anyways, 2-point differential suddenly. Agro Club Kansas City is bringing it back here. Off of that last one, I just realized I stopped tracking goals. Mozzie on the near side. Now going to walk this one out. Nice. Look at the square formation. Ooh, he just says, I'm going to take it.
And that he did. Mozzie there, assisted by the law that time. The two of them with 8 and 9 points respectively thus far. But yeah, great job just to pull away a little bit more and take advantage of the numbers. Of course, anytime you don't have a full 4 defenders in the bubble, by all accounts, that's a numbers advantage, at least compared to what the usual is.
Ooh, that's a big dump in there. But Mozzie stunned out. Good recovery there. Light has come. As Butchabo. Sending there from the law. Also, shout out to Light has come for having one of the longer names in the game and not falling prey to shortening it and putting a dash on the end.
Yes.
And just becoming Light.
Yes.
He won't. I'm telling you, he's not going to do it. If he hasn't done it yet, it's not going to happen. As Mozzie gets one there. 6-point lead.
I don't know, man. More and more, it's happening. Even now, you're not by default. You can't add dashes to your name, and yet people are apparently able to still message Oculus. And
What is with it? Why would Oculus be like, yeah, sure, we'll throw it down? Well, like, why?
Shout out to Captain Canada, who as of the last couple weeks is now Canada Dash.
I thought it was Captain Dash. Is he Canada Dash?
Canada Dash. All of Canada now.
So Dashida.
Dashida.
Look at this disc movement here, though. Oh, snipe on the far side. Maybe gonna get an opportunity. As Baron cutting in. Baron stunned out, but still gets a shot. Brings it back within 4 here. So still a game. Kansas City is not going to let the Dallas Knights get too far ahead here.
And Baron having himself a nice game as well, quietly here. I mean, 2 points, 2 assists, 3 saves, 1 steal, 19 stuns. So a stat in every category across the board, contributing in every single way that you need, which is what you love to see from someone coming in. It's not necessarily, part of the main roster and has that designated role. So it's like, hey, I'm just going to come in and I'm going to do everything.
Everything.
And the kitchen sink.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's a big opportunity. If they move fast. Oh, you got to be faster than that. They had a big opportunity. They had a 4v1, 4v2 there for a moment. Could have even pushed. Ultimately would have been a 3v2, but only for a second. They had to literally send that pass in immediately. You know what? I can't be too critical if they didn't like what they saw. Butchmo, you know what? They got 3 here. They got 3.
And they've got a 7-point lead again, which is right where we left off at the end of the first round, as I recall. So, the distance was closed by Kansas City for a good run there. Dallas Knights, they answered right back to basically nullify all the efforts. And if they score one more time, there's a chance they could go with even a lead. And yes, sirree, they do. The law does it again.
The law ends the round. 26-17, a 9-point lead here to the Dallas Knights as they continue to protect a 3-0 record. The only undefeated team remaining in NEPA. We're going to go to a halftime intermission. We'll be back in a few moments. We'll see you in just a minute.
We don't have to worry about predators like our ancestors did. No saber-toothed tigers stalking from the brush. No dire wolves circling the camp. There are no more monsters to fear. And so, we have to build our own.
All season long, NEPA will be issuing POAPs to anybody who shows up to live broadcasts and fills out the claim form with the secret password. The form can be found at www.nepavrpro.com/NFT. Each week, we'll be highlighting different franchises as the POAP logo, so show up and collect all 16 teams. The more you collect, the more potential rewards that you can unlock. Deadline to submit the claim form is 9 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, Sunday, July 3rd. And the password this week is Austin Birders. So now to the halftime report here, brought to you by Big St. Charles Motorsports. And we've got ourselves Echo Club Kansas City in a point where, again, as a team who were runners-up in Season 1 of Pro Series 1 and in the Charity Cup as well, they're going up against a team who's just been, record-wise, flawless. And we've got a good taste of why, didn't we? They've been just ferocious on making their shots and punishing off turnovers. And right there at the end, we saw it with the Law, with that late 3 to put them up by a few more instead of just the 7.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at Oculator has 5 saves in this game. Baron has 3. Aka's 5. That is a substantial number of saves. Also, the Law has 3. But I just as I was looking over the team stats. Like the actual teams have possession time is almost equal. It's only a difference of 17 seconds, which is notable. Yeah. Especially when you then look at shots taken 22-16 in favor of the Knights, which gives 4 more saves to Kansas City. But those saves are not enough, especially with the number of threes we've seen from the Dallas Knights. And again, I mean, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier about how, well, we were talking about all night, actually, how important those threes are. I mean, it's starting to convince me, man. It's starting to convince me that's, you know, if you have a shooter, you might want to start, if you have it, well, I mean, you're gonna have to have more than one shooter. Basically, you might want to start setting up that offense for crash the net anchor threes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really it's a tough balance because the last couple of years of 4v4 meta has evolved and just the ceiling's gotten so much higher and the speed is so much faster, and a lot of teams, a lot of players like investing in that speed, investing in double stacks, investing in being kind of in that midfield and not necessarily leaving the players back and such. But the thing is, the moment that you are caught out, even just with half a second, those are the moments that you're punished. So for a team who are fast, I mean, it could work out because you're going to get yourselves those open threes and whatnot. But if you're the team who's kind of buying into that style, but then you're not able to consistently beat out that opponent back into the goal, it'll just kill you. It'll chip away where, you know, 1 3 or 2 threes might not feel terrible, you know, at one part of the game or the other. But over the course of 4 quarters, you're legitimately looking at double-digit amounts worth of extra points in a lot of these games. And that makes such a huge difference.
It really does. I mean, when I'm looking over this score sheet in front of me, and I see not just the number of goals coming from the Dallas Knights, but the number of threes. And you look at, I mean, really, there should only be, if this is a game of 2s, when you look at shots taken versus saves, the difference should only be 4 points. You know, it should be 26-22, not 26-17.
Yeah,
and it's 26-17 because of the threes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's like I was saying, you know, 1 3 2 3, not too bad, but 5 3 6 7 8, you start feeling that hardcore by the time you get to the later games.
10, 11, 12,
yeah, exactly.
Even 13,
14.
Sorry. We're here in second half underway. And first touch, first possession was to the Dallas Knights, but it gets picked off. Snipe sends that one down. Looks like Sweet 2 stole the odd man out here. Snipe stunned out there on the far side. A really good Baron doing some work, almost getting it back. Not quite though. Mozzie able to get that one picked off and sent out. Sends it up here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was close. Lattice comes, stalls the opportunity. So hits the cut. That's how you do it right there.
I love that pass from Lightus Come. He had the shot opportunity. The goalie dived. He could have attempted it, and maybe he was tempted too, but saw the cutters coming in and recognized, okay, I could just do a soft handoff. Soft handoff, and that's a goal. I love to see that, Dibble.
Like, I was sitting here, I was like, shoot it! You ever been to a hockey game and hear the audience goes just constantly, shoot it! Shoot the puck! That's what I felt like in that moment. I was just like, shoot it!
Never been to a hockey game, but it sounds wild.
Oh, you should. It's fun. It's a good time. Is Paradigm sending it up? Up. Bunch of them. Also, out in Arizona would be a good way to cool off in the summer. Well, in the fall.
Excuse me.
Well, because it's an ice rink.
I guess so. I was gonna say I can verify firsthand I'm anything but cool right now.
No, as I say, you go down to the ice rink.
Yeah,
Cool off.
I got you.
But
every time I say cool summer, it's just.
Ooh, yeah, no, I do not envy you. It's the law. Brings it in. They have a 13-point lead here.
And with a cool 30 points, we all know the whole first to 40 thing. So far this season, I think it's held true.
It has so far, yeah, this season.
I mean, we're only 2 minutes into the second half, and already Dallas Knights are pressing on that. You mentioned even in the first quarter, didn't we? You mentioned that scoring pace that they had going on, and they scored, I believe, 14 points.
Oh my!
I mean, they're definitely on a great pace now. Look at that, another open three, and light has come for the play here on that open goal again. The topic of the day, didn't we? Open threes.
All right, can I bring up a new topic?
Sure.
This goal horn.
Pardon?
The guitar riff.
Oh yeah, the guitar riff.
Let's sand him over it. Oculizator handling this one. Ooh, 1-2-1 here from the Dallas Knights as they attack that second pass and they move up. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. They sent this one through. Mozzie now did not have the lane. Who got back there? Is that Oculizator? It is, of course. But now a turnover. Paranim will pick that one off. Paranim, haven't been saying her name is off in this game. She has 5 points. Usually get more shouts of Paranim. I think that goes to how well the Dallas Knights have been able to shut down the typical scoring opportunities from Kansas City.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually that is a surprise to me as well. That shot just goes off the nest or the shoulder and then the backboard picked off by Barron. But I was thinking, because I remember saying earlier, Oculisator got his first 3, and that was going to be the first of many. But so far, he's still stuck on 3, and likewise paired him with a 5 and another almost open 3. He's put back by Linus Cumm, who's had a very nice quarter here so far in the third. But yeah, just not necessarily the output offensively you're used to seeing from Kansas City, who is right there among the utmost assassins of teams, I suppose, when it comes to the scoring threats that they have.
And now they're almost a 22. They're almost a 20-point lead here. The Dallas Knights. They're kind of proving why. Venom earlier said, this conference has a whole bunch of teams at 3-1, and they do. I noticed that.
Yeah.
Echo Club Kansas City is basically only in 4th place because they haven't played 4 games. If they're 2-1 as Paradigm. Speaking of the devil, we'll get a goal there. Being 2-1, 2 of the 4 teams ahead of them are 3-1, and it's only the Dallas Knights who are not 3-1, 3-0 that occupy that first place position. So it's I don't remember my point now, Powder.
Well, point is the competition is absolutely tight here in Pro Series, and Mozzie playing it tight to the bottom pocket on a lot of defense. They push up to 37 points, still a few minutes left in the third quarter.
Now 3 minutes left in the third. Back to an 18-point spread. Dallas Knights continue to just dominate. I mean, that's the reality of it right now. Is Mozzie, the Law, 14, 13 points respectively. Mozzie looking for another one, not quite. And will be collected. Paranim, though, stunned out. No, not stunned. She stuns out with the Law. Now Mozzie on the far side picks it up, tries to get it back to the Law, but there's Oculisator again. You can't go understated how effective Oculisator has been on the back line here. It's a shot there, just off the mark. Snipe's going to get it picked up, and then Offs to send it back there as he was looking at a 1v2. And now over to Paranim, bringing that one in, hit Snipe, and Snipe won't get the points. We're going to see him back within 16. There's still a ways to go here.
Definitely a ways to go, but definitely not too far necessarily yet. They still got a quarter and a couple of minutes extra there, so about 10 minutes to make up a difference. And as long as they can, I mean, again, their defense, as you mentioned, that first quarter was outdoing for the Kansas City, or Echo Club Kansas City here. They were beating Dallas Knights in terms of saves with several more, as well as stuns by like 30 more. So it's just if they can keep up that kind of pressure, make some shots like this, rebound perhaps. I mean, they're still going to be in it. A late run here puts them back into the equation. Snipe gets it done again.
Brings back in the 14. Every goal makes it feel a little bit more obtainable.
Yeah.
To get that comeback. And, you know, it's easy to forget how much time is still left. It's easy to let that you know, somebody said earlier in chat that the mental game NEPA is what, oh my goodness, Paradigm. Needed that one. Still gonna get an opportunity here. The Law does get to the goal. Oh, they're not able to get that one back there. Light is coming. We'll get it recovered. Minute 12 on the clock. But the mental game in NEPA is particularly trying, and one that, you know, you have to nail down that mental game. Because, you know, in situations like this that Echo Club Kansas City finds herself in, you know, it's not too late. This is part of the program. This is part of the way this system is going to work. So you are going to find yourself in this position. You have to be able to, you know, rock with the ebbs and flows as the Law stuffed there by Oculus are turning it around.
We're continuing to see the ebbs and flows of the defense at the very least. Unfortunately, the flow's not always coming on the offensive end here for Kansas City as of yet, but they've played some good D. They've caused these turnovers. They've had opportunities. They still may have another one yet to end this quarter. See if they can make up for the missed three earlier on, maybe with just another one in the mid lane, if they can rebound and get their stacks abound quickly. They do. So stacks found, disc found, only one inside the goal there defensively. A couple more approaching the passing play, though, cut off. Light has come playing the defense, sending it to Buchabo, and that's in a midfield bouncer of a clear that gets into eventually the midst of Mozzie. Mozzie lining that up on the pass. The Law from under. The Law not going over. Baron keeping up. And that's a great way to end the quarter. Going into the fourth now, 37-23. We're going to talk about this war real quick, but first, a word from our sponsors.
Hi, I'm Morgan Corman with Holzhauer's Pro Motorsports. Not only are we carrying more inventory than all other dealerships, we're blowing up their prices too.
Cowboy Corman's back again, and this 4th of July, I got another 1,776 reasons for you to get back into Holzhauer's and get you a new unit to get out and enjoy the 4th of July weekend. Woo!
Holzhauer Auto and Motorsports in Nashville, Illinois.
Woo!
NEPA is going Web3 and will be issuing NFTs as a way to reward the community. Anyone who claims one of these NFTs will be eligible for future raffles and giveaways that we will be conducting throughout the year. They're free to claim, and all you have to do is fill out a claim form that can be found at www.nepavrpro.com/NFT. We've got fun stuff planned, so don't miss out. Now, going into the fourth quarter, Sir Dimwee, I know it's been a common theme, but I'll bring it up one more time because it's kind of relevant the opposite way. Towards the end, that little late run they had for Kansas City. They had one chance at a three, missed it, they rebounded, made it two, but they still gave up one extra point because of that. Then they had a turnover there caused by Paradigm, but they missed the three, and they weren't able to score off of it, which ultimately cost them a few more as well. So again, talk about how the points add up on the opposite side for all the open threes, but the missed open threes on Kansas City has also cost them a little bit of an extra deficit.
An opportunity here, the Law. Nice flip. Puts it in, gets the first goal of the quarter here. And Palador, you might want to be aware that Jack G believes you're insane.
In what context? Because I would agree with you in many. But thanks, I
Jucifer is talking about the first to 40. And Jack G responding to Jucifer, opportunity. And there it is, at 40. Mozzie hits a three. Yes, Juicewear was talking about 17 points for Knights, 3 points for excuse me, 17 points for Kansas City, 3 points for the Knights to get to that 40. And Jack G said, your first to 40 point thing is insane.
All right, well, talk about the sports comparisons. You brought up hockey and talked about threes and how it applies to the NBA and their style of or their advanced analytics with 2 threes. I kind of just took it from there. In the NBA, the rule is kind of first to 100 wins.
Is it really?
Yeah, like higher percentage of the time, first team to 100 as well, going from 0 to 100 with the three. Managed to squeeze it through before the save, apparently. And that will be a big hit to put them here at least at 26. But yes, another just basketball homage, I suppose. First to 100 in b-ball, and in Echo, I just kind of, I don't know, rounded it down in a sense, I guess. I just thought, 40 seems like a solid number. If a team hits 40, that probably means they are so dang hot that they're, you know, it's not often you see two teams hitting 40 in general.
And Butchbo will get a good one there, putting his team at 44 points, which is a lead of almost 28, back up to an 18-point lead. And the other reason we continue to talk about it is, so the big point is, because statistically, there will be times the team gets a 41st and they lose. It has happened.
I think it's happened once. Right?
That's what I was gonna say. I think it's only happened once, maybe twice. I only remember one, but it could have been two. And that's over all of the first Pro Series. There's a nice 3 there from the Law. So while it has been proven to not be the rule, it has been proven to be the statistical significant, the statistical likelihood.
Yeah, and the one time it did happen, I can't remember the opponents, but I remember the team. It was the Chicago Wizards, and I believe it was an overtime game at that. That actually won it, even though they were not the first to 40.
Yes, you're correct. Not this season. It was the first Pro season.
Yeah.
We have yet to see. It has worked out so far in every case as in the Pro Season 2 yet. Now, of course, there's still a long way to go, and we would expect some instance to prove the rule wrong. As Mozzie will get another one. But yeah, the norm will be first to 40 tends to, you can say tends to win and be fully accurate.
Absolutely, and we'll see. I mean, again, statistics are made to be broken. Records are made to be broken, and as the ceiling does only continue to climb, I mean, numbers and stats definitely can and will change as they continually have over the years. But yeah, I mean, aside of that though, Dimwee, I gotta say I'm very impressed with the Dallas Knights have been able to do here today. Because I know this team, I've scrimmed them, I've played them, that was almost in, and this one probably, will not be. But it just seems like, just on eye test alone, they have really turned things up to some new levels here this season so far.
Well, they really have, and they will also be the only team to end Week 4 still undefeated. Likely, anyways. Of course, there's still a 23 point difference here. Maybe make it 25? 25-point difference. Was still about 40 minutes ago, 3.5. Rather, we can do the math. Take it away. I'll do the math.
All right. Well, Dimwee's doing the math there, and Light has come with that last shot. Shout out to Light has come also. I mean, putting in some pretty nice stats also. 9 points, 3 assists, as well as a steal in there. Light has come. I think one of those players I'm impressed with because aside of his quick rise to the top. As far as I know, it kind of taken a little bit of a break from Echo for at least a couple months in there, but not really showing signs of rust. I mean, the team going back into NEPA now as the season started and just has been rocking and rolling.
And a long shot there. It's been 3 minutes here. We're actually 20 seconds away from that point of no return. No return as Akali's got to recess to parent him. Setting it up here. Baron sends in the shot. They will get the points. So they do actually cut it down to 220 will be the point of no return, although they would have to score, I think, 7 goals in 20 seconds. I don't think it's physically possible. So confidently, the Dallas Knights will be taking the victory and maintaining that undefeated record here. Going to go 4-0.
Now, one of these days, one of these days, we are going to have a match like that where we say, well, they're going to have a miraculous score every single possession.
Wait.
And it's going to happen one of these days. And for that matter, it's happened actually a couple times, at least in matches I've casted in the past. But it's just not common. So when you do see it, it's kind of like Jucifer in the chat is talking about the first to 40, how it's abnormal for that rule to be broken. Same kind of thing. So the times that it is broken, it's extra hype.
Yeah, because as a viewer, that the statistical likelihood of that happening is very, very low. As Butchwell will get another one. So when it does happen, that this is a rare thing. Yeah. If you happen to catch it, you get to be the lucky few that get to catch it live, and I get to go talk about it afterwards.
Exactly, and those are the moments that end up being the most memorable over the course of the season. Those big time shots, the big game winners, the big game saving shots, and then when records are broken.
Jeez,
Wow, the defense and Light has come. Just talked about him a minute ago, and here he is again. Missed the shot, but still enabled his team to score. More importantly, and that's kind of been the story of it as they just kind of walked their way into a win here soon after this fourth quarter, the second half outburst, I guess I should say.
Yeah, this is when the Dallas Knights, they got that lead and then have been able to just snowball on top of it. So we have 1 minute left here. Snipe just going to duck away there from the Law. And Snipe now sending this one through. Barron along heave in. That'll take a bounce, though. Not quite getting there. Defensive return. But yeah, this is a substantial victory for the Dallas Knights. And definitely at some point winning that mental game. Causing the snowball that we're seeing here. Of course, shout out to the Echo Club Kansas City because this is a phenomenally talented team. Unfortunately, they will be falling 2-2, although this is a long season. And those records will average out as Mozzie gets another one. What do we see up? 20. I don't know how many. 29? 19? I don't know.
Numbers.
Is it 29? Yeah, it's 29. Thank you, sir.
Hey, I'm 29 for a few more weeks.
You know what? We could say he's bragging, but he does have to face. He has to face 30 here.
No, I don't. I don't have to face it.
You have to.
I don't have to acknowledge it. Well, anyway.
That's fair.
What I will acknowledge, though, are the Dallas Knights. They're continuing to roll with that perfect record, and this look at them has kind of shown why. I mean, 57 points is no joke. They put on insane performance there tonight to take that win.
No, they really did. And Mozzie and the Law absolutely popping off. The Law already popped out, so I lost his stats. Wait for the stream to show him here. But Mozzie and the Law, Mozzie 21 points, 3 assists, 1 save, and 5 steals. That's actually a lot of steals. Mm-hmm. Overall, a lot of steals in this game. But unfortunately, yeah, losing the Law stats, unfortunate. But guys, don't leave the game so fast. Let us capture those stats before you leave. Even if I know sometimes you get upset, but give us a moment. Let us capture those stats, please. But yeah, and that does take us right to that. Talking about player of the match, and man, I am on the fence because I was looking over the stats. I believe it was 3 saves. I'm pretty sure. Excuse me. The Law had something like 17 points. 3 saves, something like that. 2 saves, 3 assists.
I do have it actually saved from halftime. At halftime, Law had 11 points, 2 assists, 3 saves, and 17 stuns.
And so he did have 3 saves. So yeah, so I'm kind of leaning towards the Law on this one, even though Ozzy kind of popped off on offense. But again, that I'll whip out what they call the Dimwee scale, but what Brutus has been calling the Dimwee scale, and say Mozzie being a player that when we're talking about best players in the world. He's frequently a part of that conversation, which means, if you're keeping up with Mozzie, you know what I mean? So I think I'm going to have to give this one to the Law.
Yeah, so I that's the thing. I'm kind of agreement here. Mozzie, to me, second half MVP for sure. Because again, even just looking at halftime stats also, Mozzie was at 10 points, 10 points, 2 steals, and no saves, 6 stuns. I mean, Mozzie's second half was actually pretty insane. Like, really put up a lot of stats that weren't there
really was
2 quarters ago. But I guess putting him in that position, I like the Law with his strong performance in that half to give them that double-digit lead first, essentially to build that big lead. I think it was kind of the slightly more important part in a sense, right? Which is not to discount Mozzie's effort at all, because like I said, Mozzie popped the heck off. But I guess it was already most of the damage there was done, or at least a lot of it was done after the game was already double digits, out of hand in a sense. That makes sense. I feel like I justified it okay. I kind of agree. To me, the Law, I would say, is MVP.
So congratulations to the Law, the Holzhauer stuntman player of the match.
Absolutely.
Mr. Not Neck Tattoos.
Not sure I get that reference, but yeah.
It's from that first land way back a year and a
Got
half,
it.
and he had those two fake tattoos on his neck.
Oh, gotcha.
And they look, because I've gotten used to seeing the younger generations with all the neck tattoos. Like that's like the thing now, and it's not the thing, but it's more common these days. And
Oh,
so
yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
question it. I'm like, I'm not. I tried to be very consciously not judgy. So I'm like, cool. You know what? It works on him. Cool. And they
It
were totally
does.
fake. So you know,
Wait till you see me in a few weeks. The moment I
Cool.
hit there, just full coverage.
Looking forward to it.
You know, one thing I'm curious about, just before I close off here, because it was the common theme of the day. I really want to see like a case study almost, and some solid stats taken, picked from the games, and just the actual difference that threes do seem to make here. Because I feel like a lot of these games that do end up with double-digit disparities. Like I'd be super curious if you took those same teams and then played them in a match where they committed fully to almost going back to like a 3v3 meta, in the sense where you don't have the double stacks and you're not running double stacks, and you always have a person back enough to deny every open three attempt, essentially, or at least most. Like I'd be very curious to see two teams not double stacking for an entire game and just seeing if the disparity is the same as it was when they played freely, with the full double stack and whatever. I'm just curious.
No, I'd be curious to find out too, because it is if it is true, because sometimes it's these things you'll find out the thing that makes you most likely to win is not the thing that feels like it's going to get you the victory, and that's something that's plagued baseball for decades.
Absolutely.
As I understand it, anyways, is their managers will still, when it's statistically setting up your batting order specifically by batting average, you will get you the best results overall on average. They will still say, yeah, well, I feel like he should be here. He should be here. You know what I mean? They'll still do that thing.
Yeah.
And it's that they'll call it old school versus new school, that kind of sort of, I'm not saying I don't know what I'm talking about. I just know that's kind of the argument there. And, it can feel like the thing that is going to get you the most points, the most victories statistically, doesn't feel like the right thing to do. And I think this might be one of those cases where the team that does decide to fully commit, you know what, we're going to only shoot threes unless there's no other option. We're going to set up our offense around shooting threes. And, maybe they end up being that team that takes that victory suddenly, the dream team, not a dream team, excuse me, the underdogs. A team that, goes from 0-4, maybe. That'd be maybe one of the teams that's 0-4, maybe they start doing that this season. We'll see if they can.
Are you picking on me right now, right?
You know what? I wasn't, but I now I'm realizing it. Maybe it's something to try out. I'm just saying.
One of these days, Dimwee. One of these days. Anyway. But no, I could, aside of maybe the last part, I couldn't agree more with you. I understand, like you expressed it pretty perfectly. I get it, like systems, scoring systems, offensive systems, things like that. Like, it's definitely not just about what seems right on paper. Sometimes it is about just trusting the system, right? Whatever the system happens to be. And same with like past teams that I've been on, and or even in the context of just like random scrims, mixed scrims, and things like that. Sometimes the things that you want to do aren't always the things that work out the best at the end. And to Justiver's point there in the chat, not necessarily perma-goalie, although I would for purely for statistical studies, I would also be interested in just seeing that, like two teams fully committing to perma-goalie in a sense, just for the science of it. But no, what I mean more so is just kind of perma not double stacking, like. You always have someone midfield enough for like a deep back pass, or at least enough to get back into the 3-point or into the goal before like a half court's able to be made, for instance. So you're not like playing so far back that you're not able to contribute, but just far back enough where instead of having, say a combined 10 plus 3-point, hits per game, like I've seen in a couple of these casts this season, open threes that is, where we're maybe just seeing like 2, 3, 4 combined open threes hit total. because I just want to see when you take away both the extra points and the mental toll that it takes eating those extra points, because having open threes hit on you, it does hurt more than 2 points, more than the 3 points itself. It's like a mental thing also. I just want to see how that would play out, you know? If teams would be more like calm, more steady, less worried about a couple goals, 2 or 3 goals in a row against them, because that's only 6 points. And the difference between 6 points and 9 points down, even though it's small, it's actually kind of huge in terms of the mental game. Like mentally, that's the difference between easy and, oh man, we're being snowballed. Anyway, that's my take. Anything else for you to add, Dimwee, or shall we close?
Happy 4th.
Yeah, happy Canada Day yesterday, and 4th of July in a couple days to everyone at home. Thanks for joining us here on the stream. Again, I've been Palador, Sir Dimwee with me, and Brutus on the cameras. You guys have been great. Appreciate you guys watching, and as always, be happy, be healthy, safe, and be good to each other. And we'll see you again next time.